I am proud again of all my students who have watched all the videos of essay, GS1, GS4 as well as GS2. But these 4 labor codes were mentioned in the economic survey, so they have directly taken it and they are asking it. There also they have given the merits, the demerits and the progress. So it is a pure cut and paste of that, and hence the question comes from that. Basically they are playing around to test how well can you assess the basics of your knowledge between what is core inflation and headline inflation. Does RBI address the core inflation? This is something that is being done for the first time, and if you are really serious aspirant, make sure that you check and finish the video completely once. So, for all students preparing for Mains 2025, these are the learnings or takeaways that is important. Because you people were demanding so much, I am able to push myself to complete this GS3 paper as well. So, this GS3 completes my entire series of decoding Mains 2024. So, all those aspirants who are writing Mains 2025, this is a must watch. Hi guys, welcome to this detailed discussion of GS3 paper. I hope that you people are as excited as I am. I am proud again of all my students who have watched all the videos of essay, GS1, GS4 as well as GS2. You have messaged me the way you have evolved yourself, the way now you are oriented to study, and the timetable that you are sending me in Telegram is very appreciative. And I am proud of all of you, and I know that this video will also make a very good difference for all the serious aspirants who are aspiring to write Mains 2025 next year. So here we go. Because you people were demanding so much, I am able to push myself to complete this GS3 paper as well. As I keep telling you, this is the first time in the country that any one individual has done a detailed analysis of essay, GS1, GS2, GS3 and GS4. So this GS3 completes my entire series of decoding Mains 2024. So all those aspirants who are writing Mains 2025, this is a must watch. It will take time, but the time that it takes here will make up for months together of what learning that you will be doing in some institute or in some program. So please make sure and understand the importance of it. Just because it is free doesn't mean that it is lacking of quality. This is something that is being done for the first time, and if you are really serious aspirant, make sure that you check and finish the video completely once. You see one of the video, either of the video, there is essay, GS1, GS2, GS3 as well as GS4. Any one video you watch completely, you will get an idea of how important the video is. With that, let us now start off with the section-wise and question-wise analysis. Before I start off with the section-wise and question-wise analysis, one important thing is what was my takeaway by looking at this year's GS3 Mains 2024 paper. First, I'll just give you my general pointers, what I felt about the paper, how it is going to evolve in the future. With that general pointers, we'll then go into digging more deeper into how section-wise the questions are coming and how question-wise you have to approach the studies for preparing for GS3. So let us go ahead. First, my general pointers are as follows. The first point is Indian economy. So if you take Indian economy is becoming more and more dynamic, and the questions they ask requires you to have some comprehensive knowledge about different sectors of Indian economy. Okay, because broadly they are asking about the development of India, how is it more inclusive. So when they ask such questions at a broader framework, you should have very good idea in different realms of or different sectors of economy. For example, education, skill development, healthcare, employment, rural development. So you should have a broader structure in your mind in order to answer this well. So in Indian economy, one, you should have a good grip over your basics. Obviously that is the case. The second is the dynamic aspect. How can you address the dynamic aspect? The most important document that you have to read now, a must read document, is the economic survey. So economic survey becomes a very important document to read for all those students who are aspiring to go for the Mains 2025. Now you can ask, sir, should I read the entire document? It is not necessary. You can just read a summary. You can read a summary of any document, and that itself should do. Okay, so that is the first aspect. Reading the economic survey is very important if you want to address the dynamicity of Indian economy questions that are being asked. You are going to see now, when we break into the question-wise analysis, you will see how Indian economy has become a little dynamic, and you have to know some very good content comprehensively in the Indian economy to write a good answer. That is the first aspect. The second aspect is science and technology as well as environment. Now, again, the science and technology and environment are one dynamic, and obviously you have to read the current affairs for that particular year. So you are going to read the current affairs, all the issues that are regarding science and tech and environment. But what is very important, what is very pertinent is this too, current affairs that you read in science and tech and environment will not suffice. What will suffice is your prelims knowledge. So this is something that is very unique that you should have or possess. That is, whatever you are learning in your prelims preparation for your science and technology and environment, that content becomes very important for your mains also. So all those students who are preparing for mains 2025 and who want to prepare science and technology and environment, yes, it is dynamic. Yes, they are going to ask you many issues that are happening in the current year, but they are also going to ask you on topics that you would have studied for prelims and not mains. For example, they are asking you question on asteroids. What are the different programs that have been undertaken in the world in order to deflect asteroids that are moving towards the earth, that is near earth objects? See, these are things that you would have studied in prelims. For example, one more question that was asked is on intellectual property rights of life materials. Again, intellectual property rights on life materials is something that you would have studied for prelims. In environment, they had asked about industrial pollution. They are asked about industrial pollution. Again, these are topics that you would have studied more on the lines of prelims and not mains. And here also, rather than asking analysis, they are asking you different programs. So analysis is one part which you would have studied for mains on these topics, but when they ask you the programs itself directly, that is where you would have studied for prelims in a very factual way, but this is very challenging when they ask you in mains. So now, to equip yourself to write a proper answer for science and technology environment, two things. One, you have to cover the issues of 1 year that has happened in science and technology and environment, and also you should revise whatever you have studied for your prelims for the science and technology and environment. Again, there is nothing to be skeptic, there is nothing to be anxious. The section appears to be dynamic, but if it is difficult for you, it will be difficult for everyone, so you don't have to worry about it. But if it is easy for everyone, it should also be easy for you, and for that you have to know and revise the current affairs plus whatever happens in your prelims with regards to science and technology and environment. So this is one other pointer that I wanted to bring to your notice for those people who are writing mains 2025. The third aspect is disaster management. Disaster management, one, it is dynamic, but it is easy. So this is the best part about disaster management. Though they will ask you some disasters that are recurring within the Indian landscape, you can predict it and you can prepare it very well. The reason is because the syllabus is very short or the syllabus is very concise. Okay, so hence disaster management, though it appears as dynamic, it is very, very easily covered in your syllabus. It can be very easily covered in your notes. So what all disasters, for example, urban floods, cloud burst, normal conventional floods, earthquakes, or let us say landslides, droughts, if you can cover all these specific disasters, and then you have some basic notes done on conceptual aspects of disaster management. For example, vulnerability, for example, exposure, for example, disaster resilience. If you can have two parts in disaster management. The first part is the conceptual aspect of disaster management. The second is specific disasters. Specific disasters that occur in India. So if you can cover both these aspects, conceptual as well as specific disasters, more or less your preparation in disaster management is done. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay. So one, it is dynamic, but it is very easy because it is coverable very easily from your any notes that you take, and you can just learn and make your own notes. That itself will suffice for you to write a very good answer. Okay. However, to learn how to make it more easier, make sure that you see the disaster management discussions that I have done in the future questions, the detailed discussions. So this is about the third aspect, that is disaster management. The fourth one is internal security. Again, internal security is where the questions are not predictable. The questions are not predictable, but the section is actually easy. Why is the section easy? Because the syllabus is concise. The syllabus is concise. For example, you have several sections. For example, there is border management. Then there is Naxalism, then there is money laundering, then there is terrorism, then there is, extremism or insurgency. So like that, then the last is cyber security. So if you are able to cover very elaboratively on all the syllabus points, let them ask you any question, you will be able to answer. That is the best part. Now, this time everyone expected that they will ask the border issues between India and Myanmar because it was in news, but they went ahead and asked what is the issues regarding India and Pakistan as well as India and China with respect to border management. However, I will not consider that as difficult because overall it comes under a broader topic of border management. So if you are prepared on border management thoroughly, then obviously you will be able to write an answer irrespective of which country they ask with respect to India. Okay, so overall internal security along with disaster management, though it appears to be dynamic, both the sections are very easy. If you want to again get a gist of how to approach the questions, look at the detailed discussions that I'll be doing in some time. Okay, so this is about the fourth point or the fourth section. The last section in GS3 is the most easiest section, that is agriculture, food processing, as well as public distribution system. This is the most interesting as well as the most easiest topic of all because it is static and you can easily score very good marks here. So this time they have asked on irrigation, this time they have asked on buffer stock. These are questions that you should be ready with and you should be able to answer uprightly without any type of second thoughts. So again, this part has been easy. Again, the syllabus is very concise, so make sure that you prepare this properly. Overall, if you take the 2024 paper, if you take the 2024 GS3 paper, the GS3 overall paper was on the easier side. And if you take the paper, I am expecting this time the score for more or less all the students who have written mains, they will be around 110 plus. And toppers definitely will have 120 plus. So this is my expectation of GS3 paper 2024. It was on the easier side. GS1 and GS3 were on the easier side. So I'm expecting more marks. GS2 and GS4 were on the difficult side. So I'm expecting a little less marks. So this is the overall, aspect of GS papers. But as I told you, the easy or difficult, irrespective of it, you should be able to answer such that you will be able to get 100 plus marks in all the GS papers. That is a norm. That should be the golden standard. Okay, from 100 plus, let it go to 120 plus, let it come down a little bit when it is difficult, but overall, your main aim, always when you're writing GS papers, when you're practicing it, make sure that you're getting 100 plus consistently. So if you're able to do that, that means that you're going in the right direction. So overall, these were my general pointers about the GS3 paper. Now let us go section wise and see what has been the trend of GS3 paper in mains 2024. Alright guys, now let us look at the section wise, how the questions have been appearing in this year's GS3 mains 2024. First, if you see the section wise of GS3, you have 5 important sections. One is Indian economy. The second is agriculture, food processing and PDS. The third is science and technology. The fourth is environment. Fifth is disaster management, and the sixth is internal security. Okay, now as I told you, though there are very high number of sections, usually students will get confused of how to prepare for every section. But to tell you very frankly, the 3 sections A, B and C, this A, B and C are the 3 sections that are very easy. So if you are starting out to prepare for GS3, make sure that this A, B and C, that is agriculture, food processing and PDS, disaster management and internal security, finish them as fast as possible. That is the trick. The trick is first finish these easier sections. Okay. The next comes the little dynamic aspects or the dynamic sections. One is Indian economy. The next is science and technology and the environment. Okay. Again, if you want Indian economy, the basics that you study for your prelims is important. Along with that, as I've already told you, you can read the economic survey summary notes. That is more than enough. Along with that, there are few thematics that keeps reappearing. For example, inclusive growth reappears in every paper. Private-public partnership that keeps appearing in every paper. That is PPP model. So like that, if you see the last 6 years of the previous year questions of Indian economy, you are going to get some 6 to 7 themes. Make sure that you make proper notes on that 6 to 7 themes. I'm not going to list out the 6 to 7 themes because then you will not do that work. I want you to take the pain and do that work and identify what are that 6 to 7 recurring themes that keep being repeated in Indian economy. So in Indian economy, I've told you how to deal. The first is make sure your basics are strong. The second is make sure you do some economic survey summary notes. The third is the last 6 to 7 years of Indian economy section of GS3 paper. Take it, look at the recurring themes there and make notes on that recurring themes. With that, you'll be able to deal a very good answer for Indian economy. So that is the trick there. Though it appears dynamic, it actually is very, very exciting to write answer because it shows your depth and understanding of Indian economy by bringing different sectors of Indian economy to address the question. That actually is very, very challenging but exciting as well. For those students who actually have understood the demands, it is very, very exciting. How to understand the demand? Look at the detailed analysis of Indian economy section that I do. See how I bring different sections to answer the question. But if you look at this discussion and just compare it with other discussions, you will then know the difference of how the qualitative discussions is being given to you people. Okay, so that is the Indian economy aspect. The next comes the science and technology as well as environment. As I told you, they are dynamic in nature, but you have to make sure that you read the current affairs for that particular year. You can use some magazines to read. I'll not name out the magazine that is resulting in conflict of interest. I'll just tell any one magazine is fine. Along with that, whatever magazine you have referred for prelims, make sure that you revisit the topics again. Okay, if you take the topics that are asked this time, these topics mostly are studied in prelims rather than mains. And hence, you have to revise the document again to make sure that you write proper answer in this section of science and technology and environment. So that is the overall aspect of these sections. Now let us look at the weightage of marks of how the questions have come in different sections. Okay, so if you look at Indian economy, usually from before also, you will always get 4 questions. You will always get 2 into 10 marker and 2 into 15 marker. Alright, so Indian economy, you will always get a total of 50 marks. 50 marks has always been the norm. And I am marking it as moderate because the questions that were asked this time were dynamic and you should have actually read the economic survey to answer it. For example, 4 labor codes. This 4 labor code was somewhat came out in 2019 and 20. Why are they asking now? Because it was mentioned in the economic survey. They are asking UDAN scheme that came out long back in 2017. Why are they asking now? Because it was in the economic survey. So overall, your economic survey plays a very important role in answering proper questions and it will also show you the focus area that UPSC is looking into. Alright, so overall I'm marking it moderate because they are asking questions that are a little bit more dynamic. Okay, so overall 50 marks is Indian economy. Now coming to agriculture, food processing and PDS, overall you got 4 questions. You usually get 6 questions in the previous year's question paper. If you see, 6 questions used to come from this agriculture, food processing and PDS, but now they have reduced from 6 questions and they have made it 4 questions. That is very unfortunate because usually the agriculture questions are very, very easy because it is static, it is, fixed content and you can prepare the content even before going to the exam. This content is very, very static and the same. Overall, this time, because they have reduced it, there is 2 into 10 marker and 2 into 15 marker. So overall, there is again 50 marks that has come from agriculture, food processing and PDS. The third aspect is science and technology. Science and technology and environment together, you used to get 5 questions, but this time, science and technology and environment together, there are 6 questions. So in science and technology, you have 2 into 10 marker and 1 into 15 marker. So that is 35 marks. And I am marking it as difficult, not because the concept is difficult. I am marking it as difficult because the demand of the question is a little bit more specific. For example, let me see. They have asked you about IPR on life materials. Now, to write about IPR on life materials is not difficult. You can write it. That is not the issue. But what they are asking is, they are asking you, tell me the world scenario. Tell me the world scenario of IPR on life materials. So when they ask you such questions, it becomes a little difficult. So that specificity that they are asking, the demand makes the question more difficult. One more question I'll tell you, see. The question was on asteroid. The question was on asteroid. Now the asteroid as a concept is not difficult. But the question that they are asked is what is an asteroid and how asteroid is a real threat to Earth. Is asteroid a real threat to Earth? Now, when they ask you like that, it depends on your maturity and wisdom to write a proper answer. I have discussed how to bring in that maturity, how to use your wisdom to write such answers because no book will give you answers for such questions. When they tell you, talk about the world scenario, when they tell you, is it a real threat? There is no book that will give you the answer. You should use your wisdom and maturity to write. This I have done in the detailed discussion. If you're really serious, look at it. However, because they're asking such specific type of questions, I'm marking the question type as difficult. I hope you got this. Okay, so this is regarding science and technology. Overall, I felt science and technology was a little difficult because of the specific demands that they are made in the paper. The next is environment. If you take the environment, again 3 questions have come. 3 questions, that is 2 into 10 marks and 1 into 15 marks. Again, you get 35 marks. I'm marking it as moderate because they've asked you a lot of examples. For example, in environmental impact assessment, they are very specifically asking, give me 5 or 4 examples of different projects in environmental impact assessment, where NGO has played a very important role. Now this becomes very specific to write. 1-2 example is fine. 4 to 5 example becomes a little difficult. Like that, there are many questions where they are asking you specific examples, and that is why I am marking it as moderate. Okay, so overall, science and tech and environment were on a moderate aspect, but all the other things were actually relatively easy. Okay, the next comes disaster management. Usually 2 questions come in disaster management, 1 a 10 marker and 1 a 15 marker. For the first time, they have changed it, and there is 2 into 15 marker. So there is 30 marks. Okay, so 2 questions have come. Overall, it is easy. As I keep telling you, the syllabus is very small and the syllabus is very concise. So you can make sure that you prepare well. The next is internal security. Internal security, again 4 question comes. All the 4 appears to be dynamic, but they are actually very easy. I am marking it as moderate because what we predicted did not come. What we felt, the topics that did not appear, what topics were, we felt that it is on the backdrop that came. For example, narco-terrorism. We did not expect it came, but it is not like you cannot answer. You can answer. Okay. Next, we expected India and Myanmar. India and Myanmar did not come. India and China and India, Pakistan came. So this was the reason why I am marking it as moderate, but it is not because of the content at all. So overall, if I take internal security, to be very specific content wise, you can write very good content. So it is easy. Moderate because it was not predictable. Hence, I am marking it as moderate, not because of the content at all. Okay, so overall, if you take the internal security, again 2 into 10 markers and 2 into 15 marker, so you are going to get 50 marks. So this is how the weightage stands. Indian economy, okay, this is how the weightage starts, or weightage is divided. Indian economy, you have 50 marks. Agriculture, you have 50 marks. Then you have, internal security, you have 50 marks. Okay, so this is Indian economy. This is agriculture and this is internal security. Okay. Apart from this, you have 35 marks from science and tech, 35 marks from environment, and the last is 30 marks from disaster management. Okay. So overall, this is how the marks or the weightage of section wise, questions have come from GS3 Mains 2024. So you understood the weightage and importance of every section, and I hope you understood how to approach every section in a very minute or microscopic way. The more clarity you get once you finish the entire detailed discussion of 20 questions. So again, I am telling you, please, it's my humble request, watch the video till the end if you really want to get oriented of how to prepare for GS3. Because nowhere they are going to tell you these facts, or nowhere they are going to tell you this approach. What they are going to tell you is, they'll come by adding some data, they'll come and give you the data and go. That is not how it works. If you really want to understand how GS3 is to be played, please look at the entire video. So this completes the section-wise analysis. Now let us just have a bird's eye view of what all questions have come in every section. Okay, once before going into the detailed discussion, just let us just briefly look at all the questions that have come in this particular sections. Let us get to that, guys. Now very quickly, let us look at all the different questions that have come in GS3 Mains 2024. So the question wise analysis is as follows. The first question is from Indian economy. It is an easy question. If you see, they're asking about the public expenditure on social services and inclusive growth. Okay, again, to answer this question, you should bring multi dimensions. You should talk about different aspects of sectors of economy like health, education, skill, rural development, etc. Okay, so that is where you need to have a comprehensive knowledge. Look at the discussion properly to understand why I'm marking it as easy, and also look at the discussions that others are doing and how they are making it unnecessarily difficult and they are making it purely factual. It is not, or it need not be so factual. Okay, so that is the first question. The second question comes on food inflation and monetary policy. Now here UPSC has played a very good trick to test how wise are you to see that monetary policy and fiscal policy and how this monetary and fiscal policy helps in achieving food inflation. Are you aware of the supply side constraint? Are you aware of the demand side constraints? How wise are you in understanding the subject to demarcate which type of policy will help demand side, which type of policy will help supply side? If you are aware of this, you can answer this question. All the discussions that I am seeing mainly try to tell how monetary policy will help in reducing food inflation, but in reality, UPSC is trying to check, is monetary policy really effective or should fiscal policy be brought in place? That wisdom is what they are checking. This is what you have to see. That is the difference between this discussion that you are seeing compared to the other ones. So please, again, look at the discussion and look at this discussion of this video. This is a very, very nice trick. They are trying to check, are you aware? Are you a thinking individual? And that is what is tested here. Okay, it is not about just conforming to what has been given. It is about critically analyzing what is given, and that is the difference between a topper and a normal individual. Alright, so this question is a very interesting one. Check it out in the detailed analysis. You will enjoy this. The third one that has come is on land reforms. Again, direct question, easy question. As I told you, agriculture, food processing and PDS is a very, very easy section. The questions are pretty easy. Okay, the fourth is millets and nutritional security. This is not the first time that they're asking. It has been third time. I think they're asking from agriculture. Again, it is a easier side. The next is IPR of life materials. The science and technology part, I'm marking it as moderate because they're asking about the world scenario. So when they're asking about the world scenario, that is where it becomes a little difficult and a little more specific. Alright, but overall, these are the 5 questions. Let us move to the next one. The next is the 6th one, again science and technology. They're asking about the technology in electronic toll collection. As I told you, this about fast tag or about RFID, these are the technologies that you would have studied for prelims. You wouldn't have focused on this for mains. So because they're asking such questions in mains, that is the reason I'm telling you, try to make sure that you revise whatever you have studied for your prelims, especially for science and technology and environment. I hope you got this. Overall, it's a moderate question. You can handle it. The next is industrial pollution of river water. Okay, environment, easy question. Again, whatever you have studied for prelims, you can bring those facts and answer. They're asking you about the programs, the different programs undertaken. Hence, it becomes a little difficult. So, I'm telling you that your prelims knowledge becomes very, very important and critical that you revise. The next is environment impact assessment and NGOs. I'm marking it as moderate because they've asked you around 5 examples for you to give. Okay. The next is narco-terrorism, internal security, very easy. You can talk about the golden crescent and the golden triangle and talk very nicely about it. The next is digital personal data protection bill. I'm marking it as easy because this was in news and this was predictable. Everyone knew that this question will be asked. So overall, these were the first 10 questions that were asked in GS3 Mains 2024. These were the 10 markers. Let us now look at the 15 markers from 11 to 20. The 11th one, as you can see, is labor codes. So here, I am marking it as moderate because it was there in economic survey, but many people would have found it difficult because they've asked all the 4 labor codes explicitly. They have told, mention all the 4 labor codes, also tell the merits and demerits of those 4 labor codes, and that is what makes the question a little tricky and difficult. So that is the difficult or a moderate question on 11th question. That is why Indian economy is a little dynamic. So I want you people to prepare the economic survey summary very thoroughly. You will be able to answer the questions. Okay. The next is the regional air connectivity and UDAN scheme. Again, an easy question, but many people wouldn't have revised. As I again tell you, the prelims, whatever you have studied, that should come and you should be able to tell. Or another aspect is economic survey. If you have studied the economic survey, you will understand because the question that they are asking is, they are asking about the achievements. Okay. The first part, they are asking about the need for regional air connectivity, which everyone can answer. The third part of the question is, they are asking about the achievements of UDAN scheme. Now, the achievements of UDAN scheme, you would have got if you have read the economic survey properly. Okay, so this is about the 12th question. The 13th one again is from agriculture. Challenges of irrigation system, easy. Okay, buffer stock, agriculture, food processing and PDS, easy. Okay, so as I told you, the most scoring section of GS3 is agriculture, food processing as well as PDS. Don't miss out on that. The next is environment. They have asked you about different technologies of water storage. Again, in environmental impact assessment, they have told you to mention 5 examples. Here they have told you to mention 3 technologies. Elaborate on 3 technologies. Okay. However, it is easy because we have been studying a lot about the technologies. Alright. But what is important is, where will you be studying a lot about the technologies? You will be studying a lot about the technologies in prelims. Again, hence, whatever your prelims knowledge is there, that is going to help you in the environment. So, I am reinforcing that belief that whatever you studied for your prelims, make sure that you revise it for your mains, especially for science and technology and environment. Okay. So, this is the 15th question. Let us now look at the 16th question. The 16th question is on asteroids, science and technology. I am marking it as a little difficult because 2 questions. What are asteroids? Everyone can do. The next is in your opinion, Earth facing real threat from asteroid? That is the second part. The third part is, give certain programs or policies that are undertaken across the world in order with regards to asteroid. Now these 2 questions will make the question a little difficult. Again, see, these are the things you have studied in your prelims. And in your prelims, such facts you would have forgotten if you have not revised in mains. That is why make sure that you revise them. Again, make sure in science and technology and environment, you have to do that. The next is disaster resilience and Sendai Framework. Disaster management, easy. Sendai Framework is something that you have to study conventionally in the syllabus. Disaster resilience is a term that you should have very good idea or hold over. This is what I was talking about as conceptual part of syllabus. This is the conceptual part of syllabus. What is disaster management? What is disaster mitigation? What is disaster preparedness? What is disaster resilience? What is vulnerability analysis? These are the conceptual aspect of disaster management that should have a very grip over. Okay. Overall, the easier part. The next is urban floods. This again is the disaster management. It is easy. This is where there is a question that comes always on specific disasters. So previously they had asked about cloudburst, now they are asking about urban floods. Next year they may ask about glacial lake outburst floods. So specific disaster is also part of disaster management. So if you can make a list of specific disasters that are subjected to the Indian landscape, then you will have an exhaustive list of around 10. If you prepare on the 10, more or less you are done with it. Okay, so this is about the disaster management. Again, this disaster management is a very easy part in your GS3 paper. Okay, the last 2 questions are from internal security. As you can see, border management, internal security, they've asked about Pakistan and China and how the border of India with Pakistan and China have conflicting issues. Again, those conflicting issues are not something that are very new. It has been happening from so many years. So you should be able to write a very good answer. The last one is social media and encrypting messaging services. Okay, social media and encrypting messaging services and how it is becoming a threat. Okay, so that is what they are asking. Overall, I have made it as a moderate question, but you should have practiced it because this was on predictable lines. This was on predictable lines. Why is it predictable? Because they had released something called IT rules. And in that IT rules, it was intermediary guidelines. It was intermediary guidelines plus it was digital media ethics code. So this was released and this obviously is nothing but the corollary of what the question is being asked in the exam as question number 20th. Alright. So when it comes to internal security, though it appears to be dynamic, the syllabus is very concise. And because the syllabus is very concise, you can prepare very well with respect to internal security. So at the end, before we start off with our detailed discussions, one, agriculture, food processing and PDS are very easy. Make sure that you approach it very well because it is static and the syllabus is short. Disaster management and internal security, though the content is dynamic, the syllabus is short, so you can again approach them. Indian economy, make sure that your basics are strong. Make sure that you read the economic survey or summary you will do, and make sure that you do the last 6 years of economy paper. You are going to be good for the next mains 2025. And finally, science and technology and environment. Make sure that you prepare the current affairs issues for the last 1 year. Along with that, you should prepare whatever your topics that you have studied for your prelims for science and technology and environment. If you can do this and practice a lot of answers, you will score very well in GS3. Overall, if you want to understand the mindset of UPSC, how to approach the answers, how to write a multi-dimensional answers, and how to create a content in dynamic aspects of the syllabus, make sure that you continue and watch this video till the end. So let us start off with no type of delay the detailed discussions of all the 20 questions. I am ready. I hope you people are also ready. Be excited. Be very enthusiastic to learn something new, because this is something that you will not see anywhere else. So I hope you are ready, guys. Let us start off the detailed discussion of the 20 questions of GS3 Mains 2024. Okay guys, I hope the trend analysis was helpful, and I hope you understood the mindset of UPSC in the way the questions are being asked in the GS3 paper. With that, now let us start off with a detailed discussion of all the 20 questions. Please listen to the questions carefully, listen how the questions have to be interpreted, and also learn how to structure the answer in exam-like environment. Most of the analysis that I will do in my detailed discussions, I don't do it with a lot of jargons, with a lot of data points that I've researched, and hence I'm trying to structure it. I'm trying to put a realistic scenario with how you can help with your basic knowledge, and with some level of studies and revisions, you'll be able to write a good answer. I will show you that, and that is the reason why I'm doing this in detail. Okay, so overall, with your common sense, with your basic knowledge, with proper revisions of your basic content, how you can write a good answer is all about GS3. You will learn that if you can see all the 20 questions thoroughly. So if you're serious enough, if you're really aspiring to write the mains 2025, please make sure that you finish all the 20 questions thoroughly. I hope you will enjoy this. Let us start off then with the GS3 paper of the questions of mains 2024. Let us start off with the first question. First, let me read out the question. Examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services. So they're asking the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in the post-reforms period. To what extent this has been in consonance with achieving the objective of inclusive growth. Okay, again, before we jump into the discussion, inclusive development or inclusive growth is an important theme that keeps repeating in the exam. So you should have prepared before going to the exam itself on this topic of inclusive growth. Now, many people who have discussed this question have seen that they have researched, they have got some percentage of GDP of education, health and other aspects, and they have dumped it when they are discussing with you people. But in exam, that is not how it happens. Okay, it is very easy to just research and then just dump the entire thing in our discussion to just show you how to write the answer, but that is not my agenda. My agenda is to keep it real, to make sure that you have the basic knowledge, and with the help of basic knowledge and proper learned individual, you should be able to write a good answer. That is the essence of this discussion. Okay, now first, the moment you see the first half of the question, don't try to get scared about it. Look at it. If you look at it closely, examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in the post-reforms period. Okay, so post-reforms period means post 1991, that is LPG reforms, post the LPG reforms. That is what they are asking. So can I change the first statement like examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in present times? Look at this. Both are the same. Post LPG reforms is what we are in the present times. So basically, if you know what has been the public expenditure, especially with respect to social services in the present times, then automatically you will get to know that is what is the post reforms period. So don't try to get too much anxious the moment you're reading the question that you don't know anything what happened before 1990, because they're not interested more before 1990. They're asking you what you know after 1990. So what you know after the reforms, that is what you know presently. So if you can, or if you have revised the subjects presently of different government programs, the government budget properly, you will be able to write a very good answer for this question. It does not seem to be difficult. It is a very straightforward question, expected question, and you can write very nice multi-dimensional answer for this particular question. So with that, now let us jump into how do we write the answer for this. Okay, obviously first we will always make the schema. And the schema here is, first you have to talk about the patterns and trends. Okay, the second you have to talk about to what extent is this inclusive development or inclusive growth happening. So this is what you have to talk about. So I hope you understand how to make the schema. The moment you are reading the question itself, the schema should work in your mind. Okay, so these are the two aspects that you have to analyze in the body of the answer. So how will I start? I will start with the introduction. So here, since they are asking about the post-reforms period, I will define the post-reforms period is a period when the Indian economy undertook the three aspects or the three approach, that is liberalization, privatization and globalization. Liberalization is to reduce regulations. Privatization is to reduce government's dominance in Indian economy and allow the private sectors to take over. Globalization is to attract foreign companies into India. So overall, this is going to be my introduction. So what is exactly the post-reform period is how I will introduce. So done with this, next let us address the first demand, that is what has been the patterns and trends of the public expenditure on social services. Okay, now see, basically you would not know what has been the expenditure before 1990, but you would know currently what is the expenditure, because that falls on your responsibility to know, because you are writing mains. So you would have read the budget document and you would have read the summary of the budget document. With that you can make sure that you can write a good answer. All right, now let us look at the pattern and trend, okay, of public expenditure on social services. Okay, so first one, because you would have studied the current budget document, you would have at least some information about what has been the allocations. Okay, so on that basis, what you can write, look at this. So patterns and trend, you should give a comparative analysis. Look how I'm going to give a comparative analysis, and I'm going to give a comparative analysis without using a lot of jargons and a lot of by-hearted facts post the exam by a lot of people who have discussed it. That is not how it goes. Okay, look at this. One natural thing that you should know is currently around 8% of the GDP is what is being spent on social services. Around 8% of the GDP is what is being spent on the social services. Now this was around 5% in 1990s, and we are seeing that there has been a rise post reforms. Okay, so this 8% is a knowledge that you should have, because you have read the current year's document. That much is more than enough. So that is the first point. So you're telling that the public expenditure on social services has been increasing, and also what you will tell is this allocation is higher because our GDP has been growing at the nominal rate of almost 10%. The nominal rate of almost 10% of our GDP is growing, so the allocation has been increasing tremendously high post reforms period. So this is where you have to talk about that pattern. Okay, now coming to the trend, let us talk about the trend. If you take the trend, okay, now all you have to do is post reforms, what are the new schemes that have come into existence? If you can speak like this, if you can just recollect all the schemes that has come post reforms, you will just get an idea how to write this answer. Look at this. Now, if I take food, if I take employment, if I take agriculture, okay, if I take insurance, okay, now if I put it as pre-reforms and post-reforms, okay, pre-reforms and post-reforms. Now with respect to food, there was public distribution system before the reforms. Now you had National Food Security Act. So here right to food, that is the right based approach, is now being implemented, and the National Food Security Act covers almost 70% of India's population. That is another very important thing. So that is the first pattern. That is the first trend. Okay, the next, with respect to employment, there was mainly skill-based employment that was, skilling that was, guaranteed, or skilling was done by the government. However, it was always the mandate of the person who is getting skilled should search for a job. But post reforms, we came up with MGNREGA. So this MGNREGA again is giving us right to employment. This is again right-based approach to employment has been a game changer post reforms, especially within our public expenditure on social services. Okay. The next is agriculture. With respect to agriculture, the farmers were given indirect subsidies. The farmers were given indirect subsidies. That is, they were mainly given subsidies on power. They were mainly given subsidies on water. But now we have got something called PM Kisan. So PM Kisan is basically a guaranteed income. It is a guaranteed income of 6,000 rupees. Guaranteed income of 6,000 rupees that is given by the government to the farmers in 4 installments in 1 year. This is again a right-based approach. Now, if you take the insurance, especially with respect to health, if I have to talk about the health, in the pre-reforms period, our health coverage as well as the insurance coverage was very low. But now, because of the government's investment into a scheme called Ayushman Bharat, because of Ayushman Bharat, we have almost got universalization of primary healthcare, and there is also coverage of tertiary healthcare and secondary healthcare within this insurance scheme, as well as on the health kitty of the public expenditure. So you are looking how the evolution of expenditure on social services has happened pre-reforms compared to the post-reforms. This is how we have to first discuss about the pattern. So I have told you about the pattern, and now I have also given you the analysis of how the trend is. This is how you have to realistically write the answer. A lot of people I've been seeing a lot of discussions where they tell that the health expenditure to GDP has been increased to 2.2%. The education expenditure to GDP has been increased to 4.4%. However, we have to increase it more to 4% in health, and we have to increase it to 6% in education. So this is the analysis mostly being given. I'm not telling it is wrong, but you will not have so much of data to write in the exam, realistically speaking. And second, it is just not about numbers. You cannot just keep dumping numbers. That is not the way it goes. You have to show the analysis. When they say the pattern and trend, yes, in the pattern part, you can add a few things like this. Overall, the health expenditure is stagnating at around 2.2, and the education expenditure is stagnating at around 4.4, which has to be increased to 4 and 6 respectively. That you can add, provided you know that you can add it in the pattern. In the trend analysis, you have to bring more of the knowledge about the Indian economy in different dimensions. You can talk about agriculture, MSMEs, you can talk about even MSMEs. Okay, MSMEs pre-reforms were actually suffering from credit availability. They were suffering from a lot of regulatory burden. But if you take the MSMEs post-reforms, there is different programs like Samadhan, there is different programs like Sambandh, MSME Sambandh, there is credit back guarantee scheme, there is technology upgradation facilities. So these are the things that came post-reforms for MSMEs. So this is how you have to analyze the trend of public expenditure on social services. So don't confine yourself only on social services to just health education. That is not the only thing on social services. Social services is much more broader. Okay, you are allowing employment to people, you are allowing small scale industries to grow. All this is part of the social services, especially when you are speaking in the paper of GS3. So that is what makes it very important, and that is what makes it very multi-dimensional. Hence, please look at the discussions that we do, because it is very, very different from what happens in the other discussions that you see. Anyways, so this is about the first part. So if I go back, I told you that in the schema, the first is the patterns and trends. So we have spoken about the patterns and trends. The next is how much or to what extent as we achieved inclusive growth. So on that line, let us discuss now. So the last part is inclusive growth. Have we achieved it? Okay, on one side, okay, our HDI report says that our score is 0.644. Our score is 0.644. Now if I compare this score, though our rank is somewhere around 135, what you should not forget is compared to 1990 to 2021, compared to 1990 to 2021, our HDI score in 1990 to 2021, if I compare, there has been an increase of 48% in our ranking, or I'm sorry, in our scoring. So if we compare the today's score, there has been increase of 48% from 1990s to 2021. So this increase of the HDI score shows that our achievement in achieving the human development has been going in a proper trajectory. I hope you got this. The second one, what I would like to tell is many programs like Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, okay, PM Kisan, MGNREGA, okay, Fasal Bima Yojana, okay, all this along with Ayushman Bharat, these schemes have allowed almost 250 million people to come out of poverty. 250 million people to come out of poverty. This is in one decade. In the last 10 years, according to the multidimensional poverty index, we have made almost 250 million people, that is 25 crore people, to come out of poverty, and that again shows that we have done tremendously well with respect to inclusive growth. Okay. Also, our Ministry of Women and Child Development tells that the female labor force participation has been rising to around 35%. This was somewhere in the 27%. It was very, very low. So now we are seeing that the female labor force participation has also risen, which is again a good thing. So this shows that female are also starting to enter into the labor force of Indian economy. So these are the three good things, but there are some challenges. What are the challenges? The first one is Global Hunger Index 2024 says that our child stunting stands at around 35%, and our child wasting stands at around 18%, and this child wasting that is standing at around 18% is the highest in the world, unfortunately. So if you take the nutritional security of India is very poor, and it is here where women and child are left behind from the inclusive development of India. So that is the first aspect, that is the Global Hunger Index. The second is the aspect of India's per capita GDP. Okay, so India's per capita GDP stands at $2,485. Okay, now this is 1/4 of global GDP. Global per capita. This is 1/4 of global per capita. Look at that. We usually appreciate ourselves that we are the 5th largest economy, and we are going to be the 3rd largest economy very soon. We are almost a $5 trillion economy. So these are all the positive aspects. However, if you take the India's per capita GDP, it is somewhere around $2,500, which is 1/4 of the global per capita GDP that stands at around $20,000, and this is unfortunate. And the USA per capita GDP is around $30,000. So we are almost less than 10% of USA's GDP per capita, and we are almost 1/4 of global GDP per capita. So this shows that though the GDP is rising, it is not creating inclusive development within the Indian economy. That is another challenge that we have to tell about the inclusive growth. So overall, these are the few points that we can write in a 10 marker. So don't put too many of negative things. It is fine that you just tell 2 challenges. However, you can conclude by telling that overall, if we have to make sure that inclusive development has to be taken care of, then the public expenditure on social services should be coupled with reducing inclusion and exclusion errors. Which is possible with the help of technology. So this is how I would like to conclude. So just by increasing the public expenditure on social services will not only do good, but along with the increase in expenditure, we have to also inculcate technology so that there is less inclusion and exclusion errors. Inclusion error means those people who are not eligible are inside the scheme. Exclusion error means those people who actually are eligible are not within the scheme. So this is how I would like to conclude. By coupling the public expenditure on social services with technology which will reduce the inclusion and exclusion errors will actually help the marginalized section of the society be brought inside the inclusive development of Indian growth story. This is what is my conclusion of the question number 1. So I hope you understood how realistically you can frame a very good and multidimensional answer with just basic knowledge and a lot of learning about your current schemes and programs. So this completes the question number 1. I hope you enjoyed it. Let us move on to the question 2. Okay guys, now let us start off with question 2. Again, very interesting and very subtly the examiner or the the question setter is testing how well you know the basic concept of monetary policy and fiscal policy. Here also in the discussion, a lot of people have tried to write or they are trying to tell points unnecessarily of how monetary policy can help control this type of inflation. Unfortunately, this is how it is. But please look at the question and understand the demand properly. Let us read the question first. What are the causes of persistent high food inflation in India? So the first demand is very straightforward. The schema talks about the first demand, causes of food inflation. So this is pretty straightforward. Okay. The second part is comment. They are saying comment, okay, on the effectiveness of monetary policy of the RBI to control, look at this type of inflation. Basically, they are playing around to test how well can you assess the basics of your knowledge between what is core inflation and headline inflation. Does RBI address the core inflation or headline inflation? This aspect is what they are trying to test you. Okay. So overall, let us see how to go about it. The second is the monetary policy and how it addresses the food inflation. This is what you have to comment. Don't forget, they have given comment. So it requires your opinion. You have to give an opinion there since they have told you to comment. So you have to take a stand. So first, let us introduce, we will introduce by defining what is food inflation. So what is food inflation? So food inflation is basically rise in prices of essential food items, rise in prices of essential food items for persistently long time, It cannot be just 1 month or 1 week that there is rise in prices. There has to be a consistent rising in prices for a long durations of time. Only then we can say that there is an inflation. Alright, so what is food inflation? It is rise in prices of essential food items for persistently long time. Second paragraph is very important. Food inflation or any type of inflation will occur because of 2 reasons. Okay, it will occur because of 2 reasons. On one side, it occurs because of supply side. On the other side, it occurs because of the demand side. Okay, so food inflation or any type of inflation will occur when the supply side reduces the production or when the demand side increases in its demand for the product. So when it comes to food also, if there is excessively high demand for food, then also it results in food inflation. If there is sudden fall in the supply, then also it results in food inflation. But what is very important is in the Indian context, in the Indian context, the main reason for food inflation is the supply side constraints. This is what is the important aspect. This is what no one is addressing this. Okay, so the most important is the supply side constraints, and demand side is there, but it is not very dominant. It is not very dominant. So I hope you understood this. Now let us start the first one. Okay, so the first aspect is causes of food inflation. Now I will give the heading as causes of food inflation. So here I will tell that the first most important is the supply side constraints. The supply side constraints. So what are all the supply side constraints? 1. The agricultural productivity in India is very low, as well as the agricultural efficiency, that is one land being multiple uses in one agricultural year, that also is very low. So agricultural efficiency is somewhere at 119% in India. Whereas if you take China, it is more than 180%. That is, they use one land 1.8 times in one agricultural year. We are using only 1.2 times in one agricultural year. So that shows that our agricultural efficiency is very low. So that is the first aspect. The second aspect is the rising input costs. The rising input cost, this can be fertilizers, it can be seeds, okay, it can be pesticides and other aspects of it. So the rising input cost is further increasing the end product. Okay, the third one is fragmented supply chain or fragmented agricultural market. Okay, the reason why we tell you this is APMCs are highly inefficient. There are a lot of intermediaries, and because there are a lot of intermediaries, it involves a lot of commissions, and because it involves a lot of commissions, overall this will affect the food prices. That is the third important reason. The fourth one is weather shocks. This is also happening, the weather shocks. This is because India is also suffering from the consequences of climate change. So you're seeing floods, you're seeing droughts, and you're also seeing monsoon failures. This again affects the Indian agriculture because 60% of India's agricultural ecosystem is rain-fed. When 60% is rain-fed, obviously it is affected by weather conditions to a greater degree. Okay. The fifth one is the global scenario. The global scenario can be the Russia-Ukraine war. So the Russia-Ukraine war has affected the wheat supply in the world. So we are seeing the prices of wheat increase. So that is another reason why you are seeing the food inflation. And overall, the inflation of the entire world, the average inflation of the entire world is on the rising side. So these are the 5 important aspects of why there is rising in food food inflation. Now you can also, if you want, you can talk about the demand side of the inflation also. For example, in India there is rise in urbanization. So this urbanization means there is extra demand for food. So that also can be one reason. The second reason can be the rising income or the rising middle class. Okay, the rising middle class is aspirational, so they're again wanting to have better food, so that is also creating more demand. The third one is demand or new post-COVID, people have become more health conscious, and hence there is more demand for these high value nutritious food. So that is another demand side aspect of food inflation. However, if you take the demand side of food inflation, it is very, very low. It is mainly the supply side that plays a very important role in our food inflation that we are experiencing in Indian economy. So this is something that I would like to start, or this is the first part of the schema that we have completed. Now comes the second part, that is monetary policy and how it can control this type of inflation. Let us start off with that. So the second part is, if you take the monetary policy, okay, so the monetary policy basically controls the demand side of the economy. It basically controls the demand side of the economy. The monetary policy is not flexible. It is not flexible with natural disadvantages that happens within the agricultural landscape. For example, if there is a failure of monsoon, if there is monsoon failure, then RBI with its monetary policy cannot do anything about it. So it is not flexible to take into account the changes that are happening within the weather or the agricultural landscape naturally. These natural factors cannot be taken into account when it comes to monetary policy. So monetary policy is mainly effective on the core inflation. It is mostly effective on the core inflation. That means what? It is inflation minus food, inflation minus fuel. So this is basically what monetary policy is targeting. Hence, though to an extent they can control the general inflation in India. And obviously the general inflation will have impact on the food purchasing ability of the retail user, but it doesn't play much greater role in controlling food inflation as such. So they have an indirect influence, but they cannot have a direct influence on controlling food inflation. Then who has the direct influence on controlling food inflation? They are the fiscal policy. It is the government. It is the government that has the direct influence on controlling the food inflation. How can it directly control food inflation? By undertaking structural reforms. One such structural reforms that it has to undertake is the APMCs. It has to undo the fragmentation of agricultural supply chain. It has to make sure that there is universal agricultural market. In that way, it can help in providing what you know as a proper platform for the sale of agricultural produce. That in turn will reduce the food inflation to a much greater extent. Okay, so this is one aspect of it. The second is talking about the agricultural productivity. Okay, for example, providing subsidies for irrigation, because irrigation will improve the productivity by easily 30 to 40%. So that irrigational coverage will help improve the agricultural productivity, that will further reduce the food inflation. Okay, so these are the two ways of fiscal policies can help a role in improving the or in controlling the food inflation. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. Overall, the conclusion would be here, one fiscal policy plays a very important role in controlling food inflation, along with the center and state acting in synchrony. The reason is because state is in charge of agriculture, as agriculture falls in the state subject. So both the center and the state have to work in harmony, have to have that cooperative federalism aspect, and along with that a very facilitative fiscal policy that looks upon the agricultural landscape to reform it structurally. This will help in the overall control of food inflation, and this is how you have to write this answer. Overall, I just showed you how UPSC in a very subtle way tries to check how much of basics can you apply in the question. So it is not always about googling and trying to write the content and then just coming and discussing it. It is about understanding the mindset of UPSC, what exactly the demand is, and that is why the discussion is very important, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this. So this completes the second question. All right, guys, now let us look at question number 3. First, let me read it out. What were the factors responsible for the successful implementation of land reforms in some parts of the country? Elaborate. As you can see, if you can put the schema shows just one demand, that is, what are the factors for land reforms being successful. Okay, and one more important thing is in some parts of the country. Okay, now within the question only, that person is just given one demand, but what you should not forget is why only some. Why is it that it is successful only in some? So this one sentence has two ways to look at it, and that is what they are checking. Okay, so the first is what is the factors that is leading to successful land reforms in some parts of the country. That is what is the first demand. The second is what were the factors in other parts of the country where it was not successful. So this is where a lot of people will not write, because they wouldn't have interpreted it the proper way. This is the difference. Okay, you have to look at the question carefully. The question will give you a lot of hints and a lot of dimensions also. Okay, so please make sure that you read those questions and interpret them properly. Hence, the art of creating schema is very, very important. The schema should happen in your mind. As you keep writing over a period of time, the schema will just happen the moment you're reading the question. So that is like the peak of your answer writing. So don't try that now itself. Now explicitly you write it at the side. Just write the schema of what exactly the question demand is. That will help you to actually structure and organize your thoughts also properly. Okay, so this is about the schema. Now let us jump into the question. Now the question comes from the syllabus of land reforms. And as you know, land reforms is pretty important and you should have studied properly about it. So it's a direct question and a very easy question. I would not like to dwell more on that. However, let us start off with this. So the first is introduction. Introduction, define land reforms. What do you mean by land reforms? Land reforms are institutional measures. Land reforms are institutional measures taken by the government in order to undo the historical injustice. Okay, next, land reforms that were undertaken post-independence includes abolition of zamindari. Second one, security of tenure to tenants. Third, land ceiling limit. Fourth one, preventing fragmentation of land holding. And the last is helping the development of cooperatives. Okay, so these were some of the measures that were undertaken post the independence. Okay, now the land reforms falls in the state list, and hence it was up to the state government to make sure that these land reforms had to be implemented in its spirit. Alright, this is something that you have to tell explicitly, because why some parts of the country, that is very important that you say that it falls in the state list and it was the imperative of the state in order to take up these reforms. So this is your introduction. So 2 paragraphs you have written. Now let us start off with the first aspect. Why in some parts it was successful. Okay, so factors for success in some parts. So this is what you will address. So the first, you will talk about the political will. So in the political will, you will talk about Kerala as well as West Bengal. In Kerala and West Bengal, there was the communist government, and that communist government was very facilitating, especially with respect to land reforms, because they were inclined more towards peasants and agricultural workers. This helped them to implement the land reforms in its truest spirit. That is how it should come. So that is the first point, that is political will. The second is the socio-economic conditions of these successful states. The reason why there was some parts in India where land reforms were able to be implemented in its spirit is because in these states there was lack of very strong powerful landed class or aristocrats. Okay, so because there was no powerful aristocrats, there was less number of litigation and there was more scope for the government to implement these measures in its truest spirit, and that is the second reason why the land reforms were successful. The third one is proactive bureaucracy. Proactive bureaucracy, one very important operation that they undertook was Operation Barga. Operation Barga that happened, Bargardars. Okay, so this happened basically in Bengal, where the bureaucracy was in the field trying to assess to whom the land should be going, first hand. This is something of an example of how bureaucracy, if being proactive, can be very, very efficient also. Okay, so that is the third point. The fourth one is strong mass movements. Now for this example is in Bihar, the All India Kisan Sabha. Now this All India Kisan Sabha was very strong, and its mass movement provided the pressure for the government to act, and that is a very, very important aspect. And the fifth one is strong or supportive legal framework. Example is Kerala Land Reforms Act 1969. Okay, so overall these are the 5 reasons why some parts of the country like Bengal and Kerala actually saw successful implementation of land reforms. Even Karnataka to one extent saw successful implementation of land reforms. So this is about the first half. The second half is where you will talk why the other parts it was basically unsuccessful. So this is very important, don't neglect this. The first is lack of uniformity. Lack of uniformity means each state had created its own ceiling limit. In one state there was one ceiling limit, in the other state there was other ceiling limit. So that is the first very, very important thing. The second was loopholes in the state laws. There were a lot of loopholes in the state laws. For example, if let us say a family is divided, if the family is divided, then the land ceiling, if the family is divided, then they are treated as two different families, and the land ceiling will be applied to two different entities. So that again is a loophole that many people misused, and there was artificial fragmentation of families just to make sure that they can conserve their land. Such loopholes were there which were made use of by the landing aristocrats. Okay. The third is increased litigation. Increased litigation against the government. As you know, at that point of time, the right to land was itself a fundamental right, so it provided the scope for these landed aristocrats to go to the government, go to the courts, even the Supreme Court, and get a stay order to stop any type of implementation of these land reforms. Okay, the last one is the cooperatives that were planned to bring together all the small and marginal farmers. This was a failure. In fact, cooperatives were dominated by the landed aristocrats. So these were the challenges, okay, why the other parts of the country, the land reforms were unsuccessful. So this is what is my analysis. Finally, the conclusion, what should be written is, India today is undertaking land reforms 2.0 in the form of Land Leasing Act as well as Contract Farming Act. And again, it is falling under the onus of the state to make sure that this is implemented in its truest spirit. And if it's implemented in its truest spirit, then the land can be used at the greatest efficiency. It can not only provide employment, it can also improve our food production and reduce food inflation. So this is what is my conclusion. Overall, land reforms 2.0 should be successful, and if it has to be successful, the implementation at the state level must be done in its truest spirit. This is my conclusion. So this is how you have to analyze the answer, trying to bring different relevant aspects to connect to your answer. A very, very straightforward one, a very easy one. So I hope you would have written it, or you people are aspiring to write next year. Make sure you make a proper notes on this land reforms. Very important topic. Sometimes it will pop up even in GS1. So you should not be surprised. You should be able to write a very good answer for this. So this completes question 3. Let us move on to question 4. Let us now start off with question 4. I'll just read it out. Explain the role of millets for ensuring health and nutritional security in India. Okay. Again, millets question has been coming for the second time. This is not the first time that they have asked. Again, it's an easy question. You could have written a very good answer. Alright. Overall, agriculture, food processing and PDS. This section of GS3 is very, very easy and straightforward. You should be able to write very, very good answers because this concept or this section is purely static. Okay, even though they ask some dynamic aspects in it, the content within this section is more or less the same. And if you have prepared a good notes of agriculture, food processing and PDS, if you have prepared a very good notes, then you can write very, very good answers in this. Okay, so overall, let us start off and just deal with this. Again, look at this. If you prepare a schema, okay, the first is the role of millets in health and nutritional security. So this is one. Okay, now you cannot just write this and stop it there because you will run out of points. The second you have to write is what are the challenges, okay, that India faces in the growth of millets. So that is the second analysis that you have to bring. So overall, this will be the schema. Here, if you are smart enough, you are going to show the India map, and showing the India map, you are going to show the millet belt of India. Okay, that is how you have to add value. So if you take this, so this is how you can show the millet belt of India. So this is the millet belt of India. Okay, so you have to always give the title to the diagram, that is millet belt of India. Okay, so this is how you can add value to it. Now coming to the introduction. In the introduction, don't tell about the importance of millets in the introduction only, because overall you have to talk about the importance of millets in the body of the answer. Okay, so because the body is itself asking the importance, don't write the importance. Instead, talk something about millets economically or something that has been announced. For example, this is how you can start. The introduction is, one, you can talk about how India is rain-fed, 60% of 60% of the net sown area of India is rain-fed, and the most suitable crop for this region is millet. That is one way to introduce. The second way to introduce is you can also talk about how India is the largest producer of millets and is the second largest exporter of millets. That is another way to introduce. The third way is 2023 has been declared as the International Year of Millets in order to show the recognition for millets and its importance for nutritional benefits. Okay. The fourth way to introduce is you can talk about the Sri Anna scheme. So this Sri Anna scheme was announced in 2023, and this scheme basically is to promote the use of millet by the people as well as improve the production of millet by the farmers. So on both the aspects it works. So these are different ways how you can introduce millets. So that is how simple the question is. Anyways, so this is the introduction. Now coming to the second half, that is the role of millets. The role of millets in nutritional and health security. The role of millets in nutritional and health security. The first one that it helps is it is rich in nutrients. It is rich in nutrients such as proteins. It is rich in dietary fiber, and because it is rich in dietary fiber, it helps in proper digestion, and it is also rich in minerals such as iron, magnesium, and zinc. Look at this. So this makes it a wholeful meal. Okay, the millets will make it a wholesome meal, and hence it plays a very important role. And it also plays an important role because it has high levels of satisfaction, satiety. Okay, it has high levels of satisfaction after having it. That is, you don't feel hungry much faster. So it will keep you full for much longer period of time, and you will feel more satisfied after having this food. So that is the first aspect of why or how it plays an important role in nutritional security. The second reason is it is gluten free. The second reason is it is gluten free, and it is also having low glycemic index. It's having low glycemic index. As you know, India is the diabetes capital. Many people suffer from diabetes in India. So having a low glycemic index is one of the very important property, especially in India. Okay. So that is one. The third is it boosts immunity as it is rich in antioxidants. It is rich in antioxidants. Okay. The fourth one is because it is a climate resilient crop. Because it is a climate resilient crop, it can be grown even if there are weather shocks. Okay, so there is consistent supply. There is consistent supply of millets that will not create food inflation or that will not create food insecurity. Okay, the fifth one is it helps the small and marginal farmers grow, or it helps small and marginal farmers improve productivity. Why does it help improve productivity? Because it can be grown in low soil conditions. Okay, and it can be grown in low soil conditions as well as it requires lesser inputs. So the small and marginal farmers can grow this. So overall, these two will help improve the millet supply, which will in turn provide nutritional security. Which in turn will provide nutritional security of India. Okay, so this is what you can talk about. Okay, so overall, coming to the second half, as I told you, first half is the role, the second half is the challenges. Now let us discuss about the challenges. If I have to discuss about the challenges, India has achieved the status of food security, but India is not yet achieved the status of nutritional security. The reason why we say this is the global hunger index tells that 14% of Indian population, 14% of Indian population, that comes up to 200 million people, are seriously undernourished. They are seriously undernourished. This shows that India has to take radical or paradigm changes in order to improve its nutritional security. So that is the first one. The second is the changing food habits. changing food habits. Our food habits are more oriented towards the Western style, and the Western style is highly carbohydrate intensive. It is highly carbohydrate intensive, and this is another problem of our Indian lifestyle. The third one is the processed food, the demand for processed food. So this demand for processed food is actually making the demand for millets reduce, and because the demand for millets is low, the farmers are not inculcating it. The farmers are not incentivized to grow more. And the fourth one is the institutional factor, that is MSP. MSP on millets is very low compared to MSP on rice and wheat. So this again will act as disincentive for the farmers to grow millets on their land. So this is what are some of the challenges. You can keep writing them, but this is more than enough. Overall, how will I conclude it? We'll conclude it by telling about the total food production, food grain production, rice and wheat. The total food grain production in India is somewhere around 330 million tons. Out of this 330 million tons, the total millet grown is 7.32 million tons. Look at how low the production of millets is when you take the total food grain production of India. So our aim should be to improve from 17 million tons to 50 million tons by 2030. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. From 17 million tons, we have to improve our production of coarse cereals or production of millets by 50 million tons by 2030, and that should be done on mission mode and targeted basis. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. Again, very straightforward, a very easy answer. So this completes the fourth question. Let us move on to the next one. Let us move on to question 5. Let me read it out first. What is the present world scenario of intellectual property rights with respect to life materials? Although India is second in the world to file patents, still only a few had been commercialized. Explain the reasons behind this less commercialization. Okay, so the schema is two demands. The one is explain the world scenario with respect to the intellectual property rights in life materials. So this is the first aspect. The second demand is in India, the IPR commercialization, especially the patents, even though we are filing more, commercialization is not happening. Why is this? So this is the two demands within the schema. Okay, so before we start addressing this, just give the introduction. In the introduction, try to define what is IPR and what is IPR in life materials. If you can define this, that shows that you have clarity, and that clarity is very important to create that good first impression with the examiner. Okay, so first starting with intellectual property right basically includes patents, copyrights, trademarks, geographical indicators, industrial designs. Okay, these are together what are called as intellectual property rights. And intellectual property rights in life materials includes the bio-innovation, or it also includes biotechnology in several fields of economy such as pharmaceuticals, or it can be fertilizers, it can be seeds, or other sectors of the economy. So this is how I would like to start my introduction. So after introducing, let us move on to the next one, that is what is the world scenario of the intellectual property rights with respect to life materials. Okay, so there, what is the world scenario? Again, here you can write this world scenario from the prelims knowledge. Even though you wouldn't have learned this in your revised this more or less because it wouldn't have come in the news or issues, you can write this with the prelims knowledge. That is why that prelims knowledge of what you study will always be important for your mains exam also. Okay, for example, you have WTO's TRIPS. Okay, since WTO TRIPS allows the protection of IPR for life materials. It allows protection of IPR for life materials. And one more thing is the protection is enforceable. The protection is enforceable because it has the trade dispute settlement body. So if any grievances are there, then this trade dispute settlement body can be approached, and this will make the intellectual property right enforceable in the countries that are signatory of TRIPS. So this is a very important agreement for the protection of IPR in general, and to be specific even for IPR of the life materials. So this is the first point. The second point is the WIPO of United Nations. This WIPO of United Nations also is giving a protection framework. It is giving a protection framework for the IPR both in general as well as in life materials. It gives it for both. However, this WIPO is basically voluntary in its nature, and it is mainly recommendatory. It is mainly recommendatory, and it provides model frameworks. And these model frameworks can be applied in different countries who are the signatories of United Nations. So this WIPO has less enforceability compared to TRIPS. So these are the two. Coming to the next, developed nations. The next is developed nations. These developed nations have a very strong IPR policy. Example is USA and European Union. So they have a very strong IPR policy where they not only they not only focus on protection, but they also focus on commercialization. They also focus on commercialization. So overall, this is the world scenario. This is what you have to talk about. Okay, after talking about the first aspect, so we have done with this, let us move on to the second one. In India, the IPR, though we are filing a lot of patents, why there is less commercialization? So basically in general, you have to talk about the challenges in the IPR ecosystem in India. Okay, the next is why in India there is less commercialization. Okay, so there the first reason is the lack of industry academia collaboration. What do you mean by this? There is lack of industry academia collaboration. That is the commercial uptake of patents by private players are very low. Is very low. So that is the first point. There is lack of industry academia collaboration. The second one is regulatory hurdles. Okay, as you're seeing, if you take the context of GM crops, you're seeing how lengthy the approval process is. Okay, in general, if a patent has to be cleared and it has to be commercialized, it has to get the approval of Ministry of S&T, it has to get the approval of Ministry of Environment, it has to get the approval of Ministry of Commerce. So you're seeing that there are multiple ministries approval that will create a lengthy process and a time-taking exercise, and that again is an hurdle for commercialization. Okay, the third is limited funding for commercialization. What do you mean by that? There is less scope for venture capitalists. That is less scope. Rather than telling less scope, there is less profits for venture capitalists because they will be burdened with more regulatory burden. I mean, they will be burdened with more regulatory taxations and regulations and taxations, and that is why the venture capitalists do not look too much about commercializing these patents. Okay, the fourth one is infrastructural gap. Infrastructural gaps. What do you mean by infrastructural gaps? There are very less number of laboratories and there are less number of laboratories, and also there is very less number of incubation centers, because it is this incubation centers, okay, it is this incubation centers that actually will make a product go from lab to market. So because we don't have incubation centers, many incubation centers, that again is a problem in India for the lack of commercialization. The fifth one is public perception and risk aversion. Public perception and risk aversion. What do you mean by this? The reason is, if you look at the GM crops, The public perception on GM crops is negative. When the public perception is negative, then it will not attract investments. Because it is negative, it will not attract investments. And because it will not attract investments, commercialization will take a back step. So these are some of the points why India has less commercialization. So how will I conclude? I will conclude by talking about the IPR policy 2016. This IPR policy 2016 as within this explicitly mentioned, it has explicitly mentioned that we have to promote generation as well as commercialization of IPR. So it has told that generation and commercialization of IPR both are very, very important. Just generation and only generation will not do any good. Generation along with that commercialization together is what is very, very important if we have to make the full potential use of IPR, and this IPR policy 2016 is what should be implemented in its truest spirit. This is how I would like to conclude. So overall, the generation should be coupled with commercialization, and only then we can reach the full potential of using the IPR is what is my conclusion as per the IPR policy 2016. So this completes question number 5. So I hope you enjoyed this and you like this. This is how you have to create a structure and bring basic knowledges that you have in order to write a very good answer. Especially in GS3, your basic knowledge plays a very, very important role in bringing that subtle points to actually create a very, very good answer. This happens only in GS3. So I hope you're enjoying this, and I hope you're learning and getting oriented of how you will approach the questions in the upcoming Mains 2025 as well. Alright guys, now let us look at the 6th question. What is the technology being employed for electronic toll collection on highways? What are its advantages and limitations? What are the proposed changes that will make this process seamless? Would this transaction carry any potential hazards? Now, two things I want to tell here. One, how your prelims knowledge will help you write this answer. So that is why when you are reading for prelims, especially for GS2 and GS3, the prelims knowledge will play a very vital role in elaborating in your mains answer also. So please make sure that you read that thoroughly. The next is, when the question has so many subparts, let us do the schema first. You will understand by doing the schema that just by addressing two points in every dimension, you are going to complete the answer. Let us see how it is. See, which technology is being employed? That is the first demand. Okay. The second demand is, what are its advantages and limitations? So there itself, you have two demands. So advantages and limitations. The third is proposed changes. The third is proposed changes. And the fourth is, will it carry any potential risk? Okay. So whenever they ask a question like this, if you can add two points, look at this. Which technology? Let us say that you gave 2 points. Advantages 2 points. Limitations 2 points. Proposed changes 2 points. Potential risk 2 points. So that's 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That gives you 10 points. So for a 10 marker, to develop or to generate 10 points is so simple whenever the question is so multi-dimensional. When the question itself is asking so many demands, okay, then all you have to do is generate 2 specific points for every dimension and go, you will complete the answer. So always don't feel anxious when you see such questions. Always be happy about it, because you don't have to think too much. You just have to write the first 2 points that comes to your head for the dimension and you're done with the answer. The question itself is providing you so many dimensions that all you have to do is fill the blanks that are provided in the question. That is all you have to do. So that is the best part about this question. Alright, so let us get on with it. So how will I introduce? I'll introduce by talking about technology itself. Okay, so I'll start by telling electronic toll collection is made possible by an application called FASTag, and this FASTag is a sticker that is placed on the windshield of the car, and this sticker uses a technology called RFID. What is RFID? It is nothing but radio frequency identification technology. And this radio frequency identification technology, the reader of this radio frequency is attached to the toll booths, and when the vehicle moves towards the toll booths, this reader will read the RFID, identify the car, and commensurately or concurrently there is a mobile payment integration, and this mobile payment integration will allow the money to be deducted from the respective account. So this is how we can first talk about the technology that is asked. So in the first introduction itself, I am going to talk more about this technology. So the technology is more or less the RFID that is used in the application of FASTag, that is pasted on all the vehicles in mostly their windshield. Okay, so this is the technology. Now next, let us come to the advantages and limitations. Okay, so as I told you, when the question is very big, you can just add 2 points and go and you will be done with the answer. So coming to the advantages. Okay, so the first advantage is seamless movement. So the waiting time will reduce, the logistics will improve, and that in turn will make timely movement of goods and services. So that is the first one. The second is cashless transactions. Cashless transactions. So whatever transaction happens, there is less number of leakage and there is more number of accountability. So that is another important aspect. The third important is real-time data collection. This real-time data collection can help in analysis, can help in management, and can also help in future planning of transport networks. Future planning of transport networks. Okay, so these are the advantages. However, what are the disadvantages? The disadvantages are: one, the low level of adoption of this technology by the users. There is still many users that are going to use money in the toll booths. They are not using FASTags. That is the first disadvantage. The next is technical glitches. There are still many technical glitches that are there within this reading and mobile payment that happens. This technical glitch has to be removed. The third is coverage. The coverage is only 60% that is being covered according to NHAI. So NHAI has told the coverage is just 60%. It is still yet to be covering all the national highways of this country. So this is the advantages and disadvantages of the electronic toll collection on highways that is presently happening. Okay. Now the third one. So we are done with which is the technology, advantages and limitations. The third is what are the proposed changes and are there any potential risks. Okay. That is if the proposed changes, will create the process to become more seamless. That is what we have to address. So let us look at it. So why are they asking this question is our Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, has been constantly telling that we have to move towards the GPS based toll collection. So that is the reason there's been a lot of news on that, and hence the question has come in this way. So overall, the next is proposed changes. So in the proposed changes, you are going to talk about the GPS based toll collection. Okay, so in the GPS based toll collection, the use of GPS is used to track the vehicle movement, and they can track the vehicle movement and any usage of national highway or state highway that can concurrently result in the deduction of money or deduction of toll automatically. So that is the advantage of GPS based toll collection. Okay, so one more aspect of this GPS based toll collection is there is automobile number plate registration. Okay, so automobile number plate recognition, not registration, recognition. Automobile number plate recognition. So this ANPR, that is automobile number plate recognition, it is nothing but it will always verify the number with central database. It will verify the number with the central database. This will remove any type of fraud or duplication. It will remove any type of fraud or duplication. So overall, the GPS based toll collection will definitely improve in creating a seamless movement of vehicles as well as goods as well as people. So that is definitely a very good proposed changes. Okay, then one more aspect is it will remove the need for, or it will remove the necessity for physical infrastructure. It will remove the necessity for physical infrastructure in the form of toll booths. So you don't need any toll booths at all. It removes that aspect of toll booths also. So we have also addressed the proposed changes. Now we will talk about the potential hazards. So what can be the potential hazards? So the potential hazards can be one, data privacy or data breach. Okay. The second can be cyber security risk. The third is the digital divide. Okay. So data privacy mainly talks about the storage of data by the government agencies. Cyber security risk talks about the non-state actors and how these non-state actors can access this data very easily. Digital divide basically talks about the accessibility of digital tools, or it also talks about the awareness or literacy. It also talks about the literacy of the people, especially in the rural areas, and how they can use this GPS based toll collection in the future, and will they understand the deduction of money, or will they have so much of money in their bank account? What will happen if there is no money in the bank account? So all this becomes a problem, and this is the potential hazard. It can create a little bit of confusion with the rural masses. So overall, this is how you construct the answer. So concluding remark, the technology plays a critical factor. Technology plays a critical factor in integrating with infrastructure to make the economy more efficient. This is how I would like to end the answer. That is, you should always inculcate technology into the infrastructure to make our economy and the working of economy more efficient. In that way, our logistics as well as our processes of working within the economy will become very, very efficient. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. So this is my conclusion. So I hope you understood this. Next time when you see a big question asking many different dimensions, you should not be worried about it. You should actually be thrilled about it, because all you have to do is you have to add two points to every dimension and go, you'll be done with the answer. That is this is a very good example of that type of question. So I hope you understood this. Also, how you can use your prelims knowledge to generate an answer in mains, especially in GS2 and GS3. I hope you got another illustration of that as well. Okay, so this completes the sixth one. Let us move on to the next one. Let us now start with the seventh question. The seventh question reads, industrial pollution of river water is a significant environmental issue in India. Discuss the various mitigation measures to deal with this problem and also the government initiatives in this regard. Okay, so again, first to tell you, pollution is a theme. You should always be prepared on pollution. All these years, the main focus was air pollution. The air pollution of cities, the stubble burning. So this is where air quality index, this is where UPSC used to constantly ask. This is the first time that from the pollution theme, they have gone into the industrial pollution of river water. So this is the first time. That means pollution is going to stay. So you have to have a very good, notes made on different aspects of pollution in India. That is one thing for sure. Okay. Now, let us look at the schema of this answer. So the schema is as follows. One, they are asking you how industrial pollution is a significant environmental issue. This is the first demand. So you have to address this. The second demand is you have to talk about the mitigation measures. This is the second demand. The third demand talks about the government initiatives. Okay. So the schema has three demands. As I told you, the more the demands, the much easier for you to frame the answer. Here, 3 points. If you add 3 points everywhere, you are done with more or less all the answers. So you have got 9 points. 9 points plus introduction and conclusion. That will complete your answer properly and comprehensively. That is why whenever you have very high levels of demands, the question becomes very easy for you to structure as well as answer. Okay, so let us start off with it. Again, the question is straightforward. The question is, according to me, it's easy. The first is the introduction. In the introduction, you can bring different context. Because it is pollution, you can either add statistics or you can bring current affairs. You can talk anything you want to. Okay, I will try to give you both the aspect of it. How I will give you, look at this. One, I can bring the context. I can tell you that Yamuna is seen with toxic foam and frothing. Yamuna is seen with toxic foam and frothing. That shows that its pollution limit has become very critical. Okay, the reason for this is 58% of Delhi's waste is disposed into Yamuna. This is one aspect of introduction that I would like to give. Another, as I told you, I can talk about the statistics also. So with respect to statistics, if I have to talk, I will tell that according to CPCB has identified 351 river stretches. It has identified 351 river stretches that are highly polluted, and it is highly polluted because of several industries that surround these river stretches, and these industries include textiles, tanneries, chemicals, and it involves pharma, and also it involves petrochemicals. So these are some of the industries that surround these river stretches that have made these 351 river stretches across India. 351 river stretches across India highly polluted. So this is the way I would like to introduce. So now coming to the first demand. The first demand is how industrial pollution is becoming a significant environmental issue. So industrial pollution, significant environmental issue. So be confined only to the environmental issue, don't bring other dimensions here. So the first is the industrial pollution will result in affecting the aquatic life. Okay, example, the declining population of Gangetic dolphins. The declining population of Gangetic dolphins. So that is the first one. The second, we can talk about how this industrial pollution will reach the oceans. And once it reaches the ocean, it will also create eutrophication. The third, you can talk about the action of bioaccumulation, or you can talk about biomagnification. This concept, as you can see with respect to the mercury pollution. The mercury pollution, especially in the fishes. The amount of mercury that the fishes carry are relatively increasing, and as we move higher in the food chain, that concentration keeps rising, and that is what is called as bioaccumulation. So these are the three important environmental consequences of industrial pollution. Okay, so we are done with this. The next is various mitigation measures. Okay, so coming to various mitigation measures. Okay, in mitigation measures, obviously the first is effluent industrial treatment plants. Industrial treatment plants. So that is the first one. Okay, obviously whatever discharge is being done, that discharge must be treated before it is released into the river water. That is what is this effluent industrial treatment plant. The next is zero liquid discharge technology. So what is zero liquid discharge technology? That means no liquid from the industrial byproduct is left to the river at all. All the liquid is recycled, it is used for other purposes. So there is zero liquid discharge. That is the second one. The third is zonation of industries near river bodies. So what is zonation of industries near river bodies? That means whichever is polluting industry, these polluting industries must not be located near the river bodies. That is what is the zonation of industries near river bodies. Okay. The fourth one, what we can talk about is eco-friendly technologies. For example, the government has introduced eco-friendly technologies for tanneries in Kanpur. So these tanneries are very polluting. To reduce this pollution, the government itself has introduced an eco-friendly technology in the tanneries industries. So this is another way to mitigate the pollution. So we have successfully told what is the industrial pollution and how it is creating an environmental issue. Then we have also talked about the mitigation measure. The next is the government initiatives. So in government initiatives, the very famous one is Namami Gange program. This Namami Gange program was launched in 2014. It was basically to clean up the entire Gangetic basin. Okay, and this involves having effluent treatment plants at regular intervals and which are functional, because many of the effluent treatment plants are not functional. Okay, the next is it involves river front development. It involves riverfront development. The third is it involves the villages along the river to have proper sanitation and drainage. That is another aspect of it. The next is it also has something called reducing the both point based pollution as well as non-point based pollution. So this is what is Namami Gange program. That is a very extensive program that is taken up in the Gangetic basin. Apart from this, you also have something called CPCB. This CPCB along with SPCB, State Pollution Control Board, both this are basically involved in monitoring, and they also give guidelines on controlling pollution. So this is the second aspect. The third aspect is the National Green Tribunal. This also is a watchdog. It's also a watchdog of environment as well as river ecosystem. As you know that NGT played a very important role in rejuvenating the Yamuna floodplains. Because it was under threat due to some type of functions that were being held near that floodplains. So again, NGT plays a very critical role. Okay, so these are the 3 points about what important government initiatives are there in this regard. So overall, if I have to conclude, okay, I will conclude that there are NGOs such as the Sahyadri Nisarga Mitra. Now this Sahyadri Nisarga Mitra is an NGO that will monitor Maharashtra, the Western Ghats part of Maharashtra, and it monitors a river called Vishishta. It monitors a river called Vishishta, and it makes sure that the industrial discharge is treated. Okay, industrial discharge is treated before it is put into the river. Okay, or the industrial discharge is well treated before it is left into the river. So that is how I would like to conclude by talking about some different a positive spin on how we can control the industrial pollution. One more negative case study if you want. There is something called Sterlite copper plant. This plant was there in Tuticorin, and this copper plant had polluted the groundwater as well as the surface water of Tuticorin to a much greater extent due to discharge of untreated waste. Now this is another case. This is case 2. So one you can give as a negative, another you can give as a positive. So it is up to you whichever you want to use. But in the conclusion, try to make it a little positive. But Sterlite you can use somewhere in the in the middle to showcase your depth in the issue. So overall, a very straightforward question. 3 demands, 3 points each. You will get the answer very easily. Again, an easy question. So I hope you enjoyed this. Let us move on to the next question then. Let us now start off with the 8th question. What role do environmental NGOs and activists play in influencing environmental impact assessment outcomes for major projects in India? Cite 4 examples with important details. Okay, this is moderate question. The reason why I'm telling moderate is the second half is asking you to explicitly tell 4 specific examples. Now, people for whom this becomes easy are those people who read newspapers on a regular basis and were aware of the issues that are happening. So Niamgiri Hills was in news, Sterlite copper plant was in news, and there is Chardham project that is in news. So these are different projects that are in news. So if you had read the newspaper regularly, getting 4 examples is definitely not a difficult thing. But overall, I know that many of the students would have referred to magazines and summary books. It is okay. Let us stay there. I'm not telling that there has to be some radical change done. But overall, please read newspapers and read the newspapers to enjoy it. Read the newspapers to enrich yourself and not because it will help you in your answer writing. Because if you do like that, you will not enjoy it. You will discontinue it after a few days. Okay. Anyways, again, let us look at the schema of the question. The schema is very simple. First, they are talking about the role of NGO and activists. Okay, that is the first aspect. The second aspect they are talking about is cite 4 examples. Okay, cite 4 examples. Okay, pretty straightforward. So, because you will not have much content in the second half, try to bring more content in the first half. That is, before going or jumping into the role, talk about more on environmental impact assessment itself. Because there is lack of content, you cannot jump and keep writing unnecessary things there also. So, try to give a good context. I'm not telling write unnecessary things. I'm telling give more context of environmental impact assessment and then move into what is the role of NGO or activists. In that way, you can make up for the lack of content in the second half. But if you have 4 very good examples, then just give a brief about EIA and then move on to the body of the question. So that is either way what you can manage or you can adapt to the situation. Okay. So let us start with the introduction. In the introduction, I would like to define what is environmental impact assessment. Environmental impact assessment is the assessment of impact of large projects. Assessment of impact of large projects on the environment. Okay. Next, EIA is derived from the Environmental Protection Act 1986. EIA as a concept came into vogue in 1990s. In 2006, there was an amendment to EIA rules, and this amendment created something called EIA cycle. Okay, what is this EIA cycle? EIA cycle involves 4 steps. One is screening, another is scoping, another is public hearing, the 4th is appraisal. So it involves the 4 steps, that is screening, scoping, public hearing and appraisal. And overall, this EIA rules created 2 categories. It created 2 categories. One is A category that requires mandatory EIA, and the next is B. In B you have B1 and B2. B1 requires mandatory EIA, and this does not require mandatory EIA. What is the difference between A and B? A is mainly controlled by the center and B category is mainly controlled by the state. That is controlled as in approval is given by the state. So this is how the entire EIA is. So I gave a broad context in order to make up for the lack of content in the future with the assumption that I don't have much examples. I have because I have done the research. I knew 2, but 2 other I had to do the research. So overall, in the exam, if you face the difficulty, you can add up by bringing this context in an elaborative way. So this is what is environmental impact assessment. Now let us go on to the first demand. The first demand is the role of NGO and activists. Okay, the role of NGO and activists. The first role is public awareness. Here in public awareness, there is a NGO called Kalpabhriksh. This NGO basically is involved in spreading awareness of infrastructural projects in sensitive areas. Infrastructural project in sensitive areas. So this is about public awareness. Now if you don't have much examples here, if you feel that by using the example here I will not be able to write an example there, what you can do is you just write just English. How to write the English? It is nothing but the bridge. The NGOs will act as a bridge between the government and the people, and it will help people understand the details of the upcoming projects. See, this is how you can just write the English also. That is another way to write it. So don't worry about it. So if I have example, I'm give, otherwise I'll write the English. Because they have asked specifically examples in the second half, I'll try to limit the examples here because it should not be redundant. So I hope you got that. So that is A. The next is B. What is the B? Advocacy and legal action. What is advocacy and legal action? Advocacy and legal action is that they can help, you know, the NGOs or the activists can help with the legal processes. They can help with the legal processes. For example, Goa Foundation. There is an NGO called Goa Foundation. It helped bring irregularities in iron ore mining. It helped in bringing irregularities of iron ore mining in Goa, and that helped the Supreme Court to stop the irregularities and mining in Goa. So this legal process for a common man becomes very difficult, and that is where the NGO will help in the advocacy and legal action. Okay. The third aspect of how NGOs and activists play an important role is policy advocacy. Policy advocacy with respect to helping the government. The example, very good example is the Council for Science and Environment. They call it CSE. This council played a very important role in bringing the concerns of 2020 EIA rules. So when this 2020 EIA rules draft was left, this draft was diluting the regulation of environmental impact assessment, and that concerns were actually brought to light by the CSE. That shows that how important the NGOs play in policy making. Okay. The fourth one is scientific research. Okay. These NGOs will have expertise, and these experts will provide data points, and the data points can be used by the government in order to assess the impact much better. Okay, so this is these are some of the important role how activists can play with respect to environmental impact assessment. Okay, now the second half, the Cite 4 examples with important details. Let us go to the second half. So the 4 examples are, first one I would like to give is Vedanta mining in Niamgiri Hills. Okay, here I would like to talk about, it is about bauxite mining on one side, and about the habitat as well as biodiversity also, and the sacredness of the place there. Okay, so overall here the EIA, okay, the environmental impact assessment, though it showed that the impact assessment is less, but what it did not take into consideration is the sacredness of the region. This is not only an habitat but a sacred region for Niamgiris who worship there. So hence the this particular project was stopped. Okay, this is how this EIA by the NGOs to bring to light something beyond the scope of EIA has helped stop this project. The second one I would like to bring is the Sterlite copper plant in Tuticorin. That is another aspect. Here the EIA that was given had overlooked the potential problems of water pollution. It had overlooked the potential problem of water pollution by the copper plant. So this was the reason where the NGOs along with the local people were able to protest and take this Sterlite copper plant to the court, and they were able to shut down this entire copper plant. This is the second one. The third aspect I would like to talk about is hydroelectric project in Arunachal Pradesh. Here there is an NGO that played a very important role called SANDRP, that is South Asian Network of Dams, Rivers and People. Okay, South Asian Network on Dams, Rivers and People. So here they told that the negative impact of HEP on biodiversity is much higher, and also this particular Arunachal Pradesh is also seismic region, and this, because of these two reasons, the hydroelectric project was dropped, And that is the third example. The fourth example is the coastal road project in Maharashtra. There is a foundation called Awaz Foundation that was able to bring the EIA irregularities or flaws out in the open to the public, and this helped in stalling the project. Okay, so these are different scenarios where either the environmental impact assessment has overlooked, or either the assessment has gone beyond the environmental impact assessment and they have stopped the project, or there has been inherent flaws within the environmental impact assessment itself. So in this basis, I have tried to give 4 different types of examples that you can use in your future, exam answer writing as well. So I hope this is how I would like to, structure the answer. Overall, if I have to conclude, how will I conclude? I'll conclude by telling about how the environmental impact assessment can be complemented by all stakeholders playing their important role. What are the all stakeholders here? One, the public should be aware. The government should be, effective. The NGOs must be constantly monitoring, and the activists must constantly be communicating with both the communicating with both the government as well as the people. So when people, government, NGOs and activists together play an important role, then we can make the environmental impact assessment realize in its truest potential the essence of preserving the environment as well as developmental projects. So this is what I would like to conclude. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned the concept also. This is how you can use the basics of what you have learned and the reading newspapers to integrate to write a good answer. Okay, so I hope it was helpful. Let us move on to the next question then. Alright, now let us move into question 9. Before I go there, we should know that internal security is a very scoring part of your syllabus in GS3. You will get 4 questions and the question number will always be question 9, question 10, question 19 and question 20. Okay, so very easy part. You should have practiced it very well. If you have practiced, see, one, you can predict the question because more or less the issues that are happening in the news, directly they will be asked from that. Alright, and the other part is the static. So 2 questions will be static, 2 questions will be dynamic. The static part is even more easier. Okay, so make sure that you practice it enough. Anyways, let us start and discuss this question. Again, a very easy question. Explain how narco-terrorism has emerged as a serious threat across the country. Suggest suitable measures to counter narco-terrorism. Okay, so there is, if you take the schema, there are 2 parts in the schema. One, how narco-terrorism has emerged as a serious threat. The second is provide mitigation or counter measures. Okay, these are the 2 demands of the question. Here, I've seen many discussions where instead of talking how it has emerged as a serious threat, a lot of people are discussing what is the consequences of narco-terrorism. There itself they are gone wrong. That is why read the question carefully. They have not talked about the consequences of narco-terrorism. They have spoken about how narco-terrorism has emerged as a serious threat across the country. So let us start off. So first I'll try to introduce by defining what is narco-terrorism. Narco-terrorism is the use of money from drug trafficking. It is the use of money from drug trafficking to sponsor terrorism, that can be used to destabilize governments. So this is what is the definition of narco-terrorism. Okay, then they have asked how narco-terrorism is increasing or emerging as a threat. Here, what I will do is I'll add value to it. So here I will draw a India map. Wherever you get a scope to draw the India map or world map, please show that, because that will add value to your answer. So here I will show that this is the golden crescent and this is the golden triangle. So this is the golden triangle, this is the golden crescent. Here in the golden crescent you have Iran, Afghanistan and Pakistan. So this Iran, Afghanistan and Pakistan is affecting the states of Jammu Kashmir, it is affecting Punjab, Rajasthan and Gujarat. This is getting affected. Golden triangle is the Laos, this is Myanmar, Cambodia and Laos. So this is okay, this is what is the golden triangle. Both golden crescent and golden triangle are known for the cultivation of poppy cultivation, or it is used for cocaine. It is used in the making of cocaine, or it is also used in the making of heroin. So this is the greatest threat that India faces. Okay, on this side the threat is faced by these states. On this side the threat is mainly faced by the northeast India, especially the state of Arunachal Pradesh, Myanmar, Nagaland and Mizoram, which shares its border with Myanmar. So this diagram I am going to show and show the proximity. The title will be the proximity of India to drug hotspots. This is my title. So this addition of this diagram is what will make my answer stand out compared to others, at least wherever possible. Okay, so this is how I would like to start. But the first demand, let us go back to the demand. The demand is, how is it emerging as a threat? That is what you have to address. So the first one I will talk about is the geographical proximity, which I just showed you in the diagram. So I'll just elaborate the geographical proximity. While elaborating this geographical proximity, I will tell that the golden triangle has now entered India. The golden triangle has now entered India, and now Manipur, which is part of India, is also experiencing poppy cultivation. It is experiencing poppy cultivation. That's why this golden triangle is now in recent times called as extended golden triangle. It is called extended golden triangle. That means it includes India also now, unfortunately. So that is the first aspect, how narco-terrorism is emerging as a significant threat. The second reason why it is emerging is the borders. The borders around the India and Pakistan, the borders around India and the Myanmar are, one, they are highly rugged, they are very porous, and it is difficult to fence. So that is the reason the borders are being made use in order to smuggle or traffic drugs into India. So this is the second half I am going to talk about. The third reason I will talk about is the presence of insurgents on the other side of the border. The presence of insurgents on the other side of the border. So if these insurgents have to survive, the main mode of money for them for survive is drug trafficking. So again it becomes a survival strategy for them to use this, and this insurgency is one of the feeder of drug trafficking in India. Okay, the fourth one is, if I have to talk about the fourth aspect, the demand side within India, because many youths are getting addicted to drugs, and because they are getting addicted to drugs, there is increased demand that is coming within India itself. So when that demand comes, obviously these smugglers or these traffickers will have more incentives to smuggle it into the country and sell it for a much higher price and use that money for terrorist activities. So overall, these are the four important points that I feel. How, again I'm telling, address the how, don't address the consequences. How the narco-terrorism has emerged as a significant threat in India. Okay, so this explains the first part. The next is suggest suitable measures. Whenever in internal security they ask you suggest suitable measures, look at this. Bring all stakeholders. You will get the answer. For example, how to bring all the stakeholders, talk about globally how you can address, then talk nationally how you can address, then you talk locally how you can address, then you talk legally how you can address. In the internal security problem, this is in the internal security, whenever they give you whenever they give you suitable measures, this is one of the go-to template. So make sure that you make a note of this template. You can keep using this template. Now, with respect to narco-terrorism, what can we do? The first is, we can help improve our intelligence sharing with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and Interpol. See, these are something that you would have studied in prelims. It is not like you have not heard of. It is just using it in a sensible way with a proper context. Okay, so intelligence sharing, with United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and Interpol. This can help us better plan how to stop any type of drug smuggling. Okay, how in the national part? What about national? What we can do? We can improve our borders with respect to fencing, with respect to management, and we can strengthen any type of we can inhibit any type of illegal movement by increasing the surveillance. So this is nationally what we can do. Legally, what we can do is there is something called narcotics, drugs and psychotropic substances. Narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, 1985. We have to give the authorities, Narcotic Control Bureau, these authorities more power to seize, more power to investigate, more power to attach the property, more power to go to different places and check, random checks. So these powers must be given to the authorities under the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances 1985 Act. And locally, what we should not forget is we should make sure that our youths who are addicted will de-addiction. We'll make sure that they are undergoing de-addiction, and they should also be made sure that they undergo rehabilitation and they should be reintegrated. That is very important. They should be reintegrated into the society. This is something that we have to look at. So at different levels, we have to make sure that the issue is comprehensively addressed. So overall, that is what is going to be my conclusion. My conclusion is, if we have to overcome the narco-terrorism, we need a multi-stakeholder approach where the government, the global institutions, the people of this country must play a very important role in removing this menace out of this country. Okay, so this is what is the answer of this narco-terrorism question. So I hope you enjoyed this, and also I hope you know how to structure the answers, especially in internal security. So this completes the 9th one. Let us move on to the 10th question. Let us now look at the 10th question. Again, a direct question. It was predictable. Everyone should have prepared for this. That is why the internal security, whatever broader issues keep happening, the same issues will come up in the exam. So reading newspapers is very, very good habit, especially for GS2 and GS3. Alright. Anyways, let's get on to this. Describe the context and salient features of Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. Okay. The context and the salient features. Okay. Now, they are asking two things. The context. The second is the salient features. So this is the schema. Okay. So now coming to the introduction. So I will, in the introduction, try to provide the context itself. Okay. Context itself. Here, pre-2017, the right to privacy was not seen as a fundamental right. Henceforth, after 2017, post 2017, came the very famous case of Puttaswamy case of 2017, where right to privacy was included as the fundamental right, integral part of Article 21, that is right to life and personal liberty. This is one. The second context is the increasing digitization of the economy. If you take the Aadhaar, if you take the FASTag, if you take the UPI, if you take the direct benefit transfer, so there is increasing digitization of the economy, and along with this digitization comes many of the private players who are going to use this data for their own commercial purposes. So this is the context that made the coming of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023 inevitable. So this is what is the first demand of the question that you are going to address. Many people have not given the context at all. They directly jump into the salient features. That is why they don't read the question thoroughly and they will lose marks. Read the question properly. Many number of times there will be hints, there will be dimensions, there will also be demands that are given in the question itself. You have to read it carefully. I keep repeating it to know, for you people to know that how important it is to read the question thoroughly. Okay. Now coming to the salient features. Obviously, I know many people would have written the salient features because it was in the mainstream news and a very famous issue this is. One, it defines who data principal is and defines who data fiduciary is. So data principal are those people whose data is getting collected. Data fiduciary are them who are collecting the data. Okay. The second, it says the data fiduciary must ensure that the data collection is fair and it should be safeguarded. It tells that the data collection should be fair and it should be safeguarded. The third one, it tells that there is purpose limitation. The purpose for which the data is collected must be specific, it must be clear, and it must be for lawful purposes. That is again told by the Act. The fourth one is consent based processing. That is, the consent must be explicitly asked by the data fiduciary to the data principal. Explicitly is very important word here. It should be explicitly asked or sought. And if there is refusal, there cannot be force from the data fiduciary. Okay, that is the fourth one. The fifth is the rights of data principal. The rights of data principals includes the right to access their data whenever they want, the right to erase the data whenever they want, the right to correct the data if there is any inaccurate corrections, and the right to portability of the data. That is, they can move the data whenever they want. So these are some of the rights given to the data principals. That is, data whose data is getting collected, like us, ours. Okay. The sixth one is the Data Protection Board. So this Data Protection Board is a regulatory authority that overlooks the entire framework and the entire provisions of this Act. The next one is, seventh one is, there is something called significant data fiduciary. Who are the significant data fiduciary? Now, there are few data fiduciaries that are very big. They handle very high volumes of data and they also handle very sensitive volumes of data. So these are the people whom the government will identify, and these significant data fiduciaries are the people who have to appoint. They have to appoint a data protection officer. And the data protection officer's main job is to make sure that the framework within the company is working well and the data is safeguarded at all times. So that is the main job of the data protection officer. Okay. The next salient feature is cross-border data transfer. Okay. Now this provision allows data transfer to specific countries, and these specific countries are allowed or chosen by the government. Allowed or chosen by the government. Okay. The last is the penalties. The last is the penalties. The penalties go almost up to the sum of 250 crore rupees. Okay, it goes up to the sum of 250 crore rupees. So this is the Digital Personal and Data Protection Act salient features, a very comprehensive act which is the need of the time because we are moving into the mode of digital economy. So how will I conclude? I'll conclude by telling that this act DPDPA 2023, this act will do a fine job of balancing the individual's data privacy with data-driven innovation of digital economy. Both are important to us because we are moving towards the data-driven innovation of digital economy. Even that is important. But as Puttaswamy case has told, that individuals' right to privacy is a fundamental right and has to be protected at all times. So this balancing between the two is done very nicely by the Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. So again, a very direct question, a predictable question. So I hope many people have done a fine job. Overall, you can make a note of these salient features which you can use in the future answers, where you can use this implicitly to derive how important data security is, but it is also important to balance the data-driven innovation in the digital economy. So this completes the 10th question. So I hope you have enjoyed this. This completes the 10 markers. Let us now move on to the 15 markers. Okay guys, now let us start off with question number 11. Let me first read it out. Discuss the merits and demerits of the 4 labor codes in the context of labor market reforms in India. What has been the progress so far in this regard? Okay, so let me write the schema first. The schema is as follows. 1, you have to discuss the 4 labor codes, and here in the 4 labor codes you have to discuss the merits as well as you have to discuss the demerits. Okay, now many people would term this as a question a little too difficult because it was labor code that was introduced in 2020. It was introduced in 2019 and 2020. This was where the labor codes came into fruition. However, why are they asking this question now? That is a very interesting point of view, because the reason why they are asking this question now is this particular codes were mentioned in the economic survey. The economic survey of 23-24 that you should have studied before going to mains 2024 is something that is a convention. At least you should have studied the summary aspect of the economic survey, because for GS3, especially in the realm of agriculture, in the realm of Indian economy, you can write most of the answers from this particular document, that is the economic survey. So reading the economic survey, at least the summary aspect of it is very important, especially for mains point of view, mainly if you want to score good marks in the section of Indian economy and Indian agriculture. So I hope you get an idea of that. But these 4 labor codes were mentioned in the economic survey, so they have directly taken it and they are asking it. There also they have given the merits, the demerits and the progress. So it is a pure cut and paste of that, and hence the question comes from that. So hoping that a mains aspirant should have studied the document, I will term this question as pretty straightforward. But I know that many people would have gotten difficult because they wouldn't have referred to the document, or they would have studied this for prelims and they would have not gone through this mostly for your mains. If that is the case also, it is fine, not an issue. But overall, make sure if you are aspiring to write in mains 2025, you should always go through the economic survey document, not just because the questions will directly come from that. It's mainly because it will give you a lot of fodder points. Okay, many of your answers, the justification for your answer, the facts or the stats for your answer should come from the economic survey. I hope you get that. Okay, so that is a very, very good document, very interesting document. So don't neglect that, read that thoroughly. So with that, let us now jump into the schema. The schema, as I told you, is asking for 2 aspects. Okay, the first is the 4 labor codes. It has asked for the 4 labor codes. The second is they have asked you for the progress so far. The progress so far. So these are the 2 schema. Here, as you know, the dominating part of the answer is the first demand, because you have the 4 labor codes, and in the 4 labor codes, if you had 2 into 2, that is 4 points per labor code, you are going to get 16 points almost. Okay, the moment you finish the 4 labor codes by explaining 2 merits and 2 demerits, you are going to get 4 points per labor code. That means 16 points the moment you finish the first part of the answer. That is where you have to be very careful that you should not overdo it with one code and do it less with the other code. Try to balance 2 points of merits, 2 demerits in every code, and you are going to be done with the answer. Okay, now one more maturity that you should show is when they ask you the progress so far, there is not much of data that you get to write. Yes, you can mention 2 or 3 points, maximum is 4 points that you can write. So when you know that, keep yourself limited to 2-3 points, but make sure that the presentation of the 2-3 points is very good. So at least 25% to 30% of your answer script must cover the progress so far. So don't make it just one paragraph. Many people, what they do, they write just last ending conclusion. The last conclusion will be made as one paragraph of what is the progress so far. That is the mistake. When they're asking you a separate question like this, that means that it will carry some amount of substantial marks. That's why they're asking it specifically, explicitly as one separate question. So in that regard, you should be sure that you make sure that you write some content on the aspect of it. Okay, there also what you can do is, if you don't have much aspect there, much aspect to write there, what you can do is you can also write the merits of the progress. That is, how have been the progress, the good things about the progress, and then you can also come back and write the demerits of that progress. Okay, so why hasn't there been any progress? You can also talk on those lines. So that is where 2 points of progress in a good way, 2 points of progress in a challenging way will help you to make sure that you write enough points to get a good marks. That is the maturity of answer writing. If you can write the schema and then if you can divide the points of how many exact number of points should come for every division of your answer, your job of answer writing is done. The points will be easier to generate, and you'll also be able to generate specific points, and you will be able to balance your answer well by addressing all parts of the question. That is the advantage of knowing the schema the moment you're reading the question. Okay, so this is about the approach to the question. Now let us jump into how the content within the question comes. Okay, so the first aspect is the introduction. So in the introduction, I'll talk about the 4 labor codes. Obviously, I'll talk about the 4 labor codes. That is, one is the code on wages 2019, another is the code on industrial relations that came in 2020, another is the code on occupational safety, health and working conditions. This was 2020, and the last is the code on social security. So this is the last code. So these were the 4 codes that were released. These were the 4 codes that were released in order to standardize. 29 central laws. In order to standardize 29 central laws that were regulating the labor sector in India. Okay, and you can also say it's the right step in improving the ease of doing business in India. So this is how I'd like to put the introduction. So in the introduction only, I'd like to show the examiner that I am aware of the 4 labor codes. That itself is a good start. So that is how you have to show. Always in your introduction, don't write generic introductions. That will not do you any good. You should always write specific introductions. Try to show the examiner there itself that you know the content very well. The examiner should be impressed. The first impression matters. So the first impression is how you are going to bring specificity, how you are going to show the examiner specific things, specific keywords and specific technical definitions to tell the examiner that I know the concepts very well. So that is very, very important. So anyways, so this is about the introduction. So after the introduction, let us move into the body. Now let us discuss the merits and demerits of the 4 labor codes. Okay. So the first, let us do the code on wages. So in the code on wages, the first aspect you should tell is it fixes the national floor wage. So this is the minimum wage below which any sector should not be providing wages. This is the floor above which the wages are legitimate, the wages are not exploitative. Okay. The second aspect is should not be any gender discrimination. There should not be any gender discrimination in the awarding of wages. Okay, this is the first 2 aspects. As I told you, 2 points are enough. The next is demerits. What can be the demerits? The first demerit is there is no clarity on the wages that must be provided in different sectors. Because India has so many diverse sectors and there is so many different subsectors within the sectors, there is less clarity on differential sector wage minimum. Differential sector based minimum wages, that is not there. So that clarity is not there. So that is the first one. The second is when the floor wage is very low. When the floor wage is very low, that is if they don't update the floor wage regularly, then this will lead to wage suppression. This will lead to wage suppression. Now what happens? It gives us legitimacy to the businesses to give that low wage itself. Because the government has failed to update it regularly, in lines with the inflation, in lines with the growing economy, then that the same floor wage can be used as a method of wage suppression. So that is another problem of this national floor wage having uniformity level for all sectors of the economy. Okay. So overall, this is the thing with code on wages that was released in 2019. The next is coming to code on industrial relations. Code on Industrial Relations 2020. Okay, so this code on industrial relations mainly means how well can we redress the grievances of the industries very well, How well can we have a proper functioning industries with collaboration between the workers as well as the industries? So overall, this is what the industrial relations mean. So the first aspect of this is simplifying the dispute resolution mechanism. And the next is for all companies or industries that employ less than 300 workers. For all companies or employees that employ less than 300 workers, there is simpler way for laying off workers. So layoffs and retrenchments becomes easier. Okay, so this is one way how they have helped improve the ease of doing businesses in industries. But what are the demerits? The demerits is in companies, especially the small and medium companies, obviously those companies that have less than 300 employees. Now these companies can result in exploiting the labor, as they have the power to fire and hire as and when they can, because it is now the registration and the laying off is much more simpler. So that is the first drawback or a demerit. The second drawback or a demerit is this code on industrial relations dilutes the powers of, especially the bargaining powers of, the trade unions. As you know, trade unions in India is a legitimate union. It is a legitimate association under the Industrial Disputes Act 1948. So diluting the powers of trade unions will again be hurting the interests of the workers and employees within the industry. So that is the second problem that they face. So this is the code on industrial relations 2020. So these are the two codes where you saw the merits also, you saw the demerits also. Now see, just by writing 2 good points and 2 bad points, you're able to get 8 points in just 2 codes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The moment you finish all the 4 codes, you will have 16 points, and that itself is enough. That is why I keep telling, whenever the demand is more, the answer writing is easier, because all you have to do is break down the question into smaller parts, address them with 2 or 3 points, and then done with the answer, you will get the structure, you'll get the content automatically. So always enjoy and relish those aspects of the question where the demand has greater content, the demand is diverse, the demand is asking many different things within the question. Whenever they ask you to write on poverty in India abstractly and plainly, that becomes a little difficult, because that is where you have to derive the dimension from your own wisdom. Here you don't have to derive your dimension at all, because the wisdoms come from the question itself. That is the advantage of such questions. Okay, so done with the code on wages and code on industrial relations. Let us move on to the next code and then find the merits and demerits. The next is the code on occupational safety, working conditions and health. Okay, again this is also 2020. So this occupational safety, working conditions and health, here the first one is, it makes sure that there is a universal framework for safety and health of all employees. There's a universal framework for safety and health of all employees. And the second is, it also allows registration of all workers to ensure that there is a safety net. Okay, there is a safety net. Okay, now this benefit also extends to gig and platform workers. It extends to gig and platform workers. Okay, now what happens? What are the demerits? The demerits are, one, enforcement is very low. Enforcement is very low. How do I know this is? You have seen the instances in industries in Gujarat or industries in Tamil Nadu where there are rampant fire hazards. So this rampant fire hazards that you see shows that the occupational safety or the safety standards within the industry is very low. There is very low compliance rate, and hence this is the implementation or the enforcement of this code is a little difficult. And so that is the first demerit. The second demerit is the unorganized sector. In India, most of our industries are in unorganized sector, and because this unorganized sector comes outside the ambit of regulation, it is difficult to enforce the safety standards. So that is another aspect of this particular code. The next and the last code that we have to discuss is the code on social security. The code on social security. Okay, again this is also 2020. Now it has been progressive. The code on social security has been progressive. Why? Because it includes all unorganized workers also, as well as it includes the gig and platform workers also. It also goes on to tell that there has to be a social security fund. So these are the progressive aspects of the social security code. But what are the demerits? The demerits again follows that how are you going to enforce the social security of unorganized sector? That is a very, very big hindrance. Okay, so that is one of the major drawback of the social security fund or the social security code. So these were the 4 important codes and their merits as well as demerits. Okay, the next, coming to the progress. I told you the positive side of the progress is the ease of doing business. Okay, our ease of doing business has improved rapidly in the last 1 decade. It has improved rapidly in the last 1 decade, especially in the realm of industrial relations. In the realm of industrial relations, we have eased the grievances of the industries. We have made sure that the labor reforms are done at the industrial level so that they can employ as many number of people. So in the realm of industrial relations, we have made sure that it is enforceable. However, coming to the negative aspect of it, what we should understand is labor comes as a subject in concurrent list. So here the states or the state government also plays an important role. Hence, there is lacking of uniformity in the enforcement of codes across India. In some states, the labor reforms have been done enormously or tremendously. Example is Rajasthan, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Whereas in some parts of India, the enforcement has been very, very low level. For example, Kerala, West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. Okay, so these are the places where the regulations have still been very tightened. They have not been loosened or reforms are yet to be done. Okay, so that is the way where the progress lies. On some aspects, for example, in the lines of industrial relations, in the lines of wages, we have reformed to an extent. But when it comes to social safety and when it comes to occupational safety, we have not gone anywhere. Our occupational hazards are very high. People are they're working in very bad working conditions. If you take the chemical industries or the cracker industries in Sivakasi of Tamil Nadu, you will understand how exploitative, how bad the working conditions of the industries in India is. So overall, if we take the social safety and the occupational safety, we are very lagging behind. But if you take the wages and if you take the industrial relations, to an extent we have done the reforms. Overall, across India, if we have to conclude, across India there is lack of uniformity because the enforcement lies with the will of the state government. That is how you can conclude. You can also telling that these codes will help balance both the interests of the workers or the employees as well as the industries. And this balance is required if we have to achieve economic development as well as inclusive growth. So this is how I would like to conclude. Okay, so this will be my conclusion. So overall, as I told you, the progress, whatever is there, you have to address it at least 30% of the paper. Don't just add it in the last paragraph and stop it there. You're going to lose marks. And at the end, try to balance, telling that you have to be pro with the code, all the 4 codes, which is actually progressive in nature, and it will definitely help not only to balance the economic growth of India but also bring inclusive development. Okay, so in that way you can close this particular answer. So I hope you got to know how to write this answer. Alright, so let us move on to the next question then. Okay guys, now let us start off with question 12. Let me first read it out. What is the need for expanding regional air connectivity in India? In this context, discuss the government's UDAN scheme and its achievements. Okay, so let me first write down the schema. The schema is as follows. The first is the need for regional air connectivity. Okay, the second is the government's UDAN scheme and its achievements. Okay, now let me tell you where usually the people who are still not matured in answer writing will go wrong. The moment they are reading the question, this is a program, UDAN scheme. Basically it means Ude Desh Ki Aam Nagrik. This scheme was launched in 2016. So many students wouldn't have revised the specifics. They wouldn't have revised the specifics. So when you don't revise the specifics, it is difficult for you to understand or get specific points on its achievements. So because you will have no points or less points on its achievements, you will start feeling underconfident. Okay, now this is what usually most students will face. But what you should not face is this aspect is faced by 99% of the students writing the mains exam. There will be very less students who will have specific points to write about the achievements of UDAN, because as I told you, this is a scheme that was there in 2016. So if it has come somewhere in the newspaper and a student has made note of it, then it is fine. Otherwise, to generate the points specific to that achievements is very difficult. Obviously, you will write the program very well. Everyone will write the program very well, but overall, you will not be able to write specific achievements. To recollect that is very difficult. So don't feel you're going to be let off or don't feel underconfident. It is something that everyone else will also feel. That is the first aspect. The second aspect is, look at the schema. In the schema, you have two parts. That means this is the 50% of the question. This is the 50%. In the 50%, you have 25% of what is UDAN scheme and 25% is the achievements. If this is the case, okay, you just don't know 25% of something of an answer is nothing to be afraid of. It is not that you don't know the entire answer at all. So make sure that you address this 75% thoroughly. If you can address this 75% thoroughly, that itself will do you very good. And one more thing is, in this 25% also, you can write generic. Okay, that is, it has created regional connectivity. How can you write generic? Answer is, recollect your locality. For example, if you are from a state, recollect what UDAN scheme has done in your state. See if it has created any tier 2 or tier 3 connectivity. See how it has boosted tourism. See how it has helped in employment. See how it has created helipads. Okay, and how it has made air travel more affordable. If you can just think from the local perspective, of what UDAN scheme has done, that itself will give you enough points for its achievements. And that, my friends, is the way to go, and that is how you generate points on the topics where you do not have specific points. Your locality, your awareness of what is happening around you in your home state will help you to generate the points that you can show as an achievement. Now this is very important. I hope you understood this. Okay, so this is some level of maturity that you have to develop as and when you keep writing answers. So answer writing is not just about writing the content. Answer writing is to learn to have the aptitude to deal with those part of the questions where you do not have enough content. That is, my friends, the topper's attitude, or that is the aptitude that you should develop to become a topper. So I hope you understood this. So now let us start with the answer writing. So the first is introduction. Okay. Now in the introduction, you can either start off with UDAN, what is UDAN? But if you start off as what is UDAN, then in the second part, again they have asked discuss the government's UDAN scheme. So this too will become redundant. Okay. So because it should not become redundant, don't try to talk about UDAN in the first aspect. Try to talk about the importance of regional air connectivity. Okay, the importance of regional air connectivity can be your introduction. Okay, how regional air connectivity will bring in affordability, it will bring in accessibility of different regions, it will help in cultural exchange, and thereby this can have a positive spin-off over the economic development of India. Okay, so on these lines you can start off. Okay, now after the introduction, let us go to the next half, that is the need for expanding the regional air connectivity. Okay, so the second half is the need. Okay, here the first and the most important aspect is balanced regional development. The first is balanced regional development. Okay, why is this important is India suffers from regional inequality, and this regional inequality is mainly because of one, inaccessibility or unaffordability. Okay, so this regional inequality can be overcome by providing air connectivity, because what will air connectivity do? The air connectivity will help to provide access to markets, provide access to resources, provide access to employment, and all this access to markets, resources and employment will help spur regional development. Will help spur regional development. Example is Northeast India. If Northeast India has to be developed, we have to make sure that the air connectivity to Northeast India improves, and that can happen only by the effective implementation of UDAN scheme. Okay, so that is the first aspect. The next is boosting tourism and hospitality. Our domestic tourism has been growing at a compound annual growth rate of 10%. So this is one of the highest in the world. The domestic tourism is growing tremendously, and if this domestic tourism is connected with air connectivity, that will further boost the tourism sector in India, and it will allow the growth of several tourism centric cities or tourism centric regions in India. Example is Andaman and Nicobar, example is Haridwar, example is Dehradun. There are so many tourism centric, Kullu Hills, Manali Hills. So these tourism centric regions will start growing tremendously if we help in air connectivity. So that is the second. The second is boosting tourism and hospitality. The third need. I'm still talking about the need. The third aspect of need is enhancing national integration. See, when there is mobility, when there is interaction, okay, and when there is cross-cultural exchange, there is less level of misunderstanding, and it helps in national integration. Okay, so this is the third point. The fourth point is job creation and employment. Now this job creation and employment can be both direct within the civil aviation sector, or it can be indirect through infra, tourism or market access. Okay, so these are the four important points that I would like to tell about the need for the regional air connectivity. Okay, the next is UDAN scheme. You have to talk about the UDAN scheme. So first you have to tell that UDAN scheme is nothing but Ude Desh Ki Aam Nagrik. It was launched in 2016. It was launched as a part of National Civil Aviation Policy, and the objective of UDAN scheme is twofold. What are the two objectives? One is accessibility to remote regions. Accessibility to remote regions, accessibility to remote regions that are not connected. Okay, that are not connected, or it is underconnected. That are not connected or it is underconnected. So in the words of UDAN, they say not served or underserved. That also they can use. Okay, that is the first objective of UDAN scheme. The second objective of UDAN scheme is to make air travel affordable. To make air travel affordable, especially to tier 2 and tier 1 cities. Tier 2 and tier 3 cities. To make affordable. So accessibility and affordability is the two important aspects of UDAN scheme. So this is how I would like to talk about the UDAN scheme. Now coming to its achievements. Okay, now coming to its achievements. So the first important achievement is regional airports the development of regional airports. For example, in my state of Karnataka, if I can recollect properly, there are several airports that have come up in Shivamogga, in Davanagere, in Ballari. Okay, so these are the regional airports that have come up where they were not functional or it was under surveying. That is the first point. Okay, the second point is the cost of air travel. The cost of air travel for any regional connectivity under 1 hour, okay, is less than 2,500 rupees. Now this was made possible only because of UDAN scheme. Okay, the third aspect is employment. The employment aspect I've already told you, it has helped boost employment like aircraft maintenance, air traffic controller, air traffic, okay, air tracks maintenance. So in this way, or ground maintenance, that's what they call, or ground maintenance. In this way, it has boosted employment. Now, as you see, these are the 3 points that you don't need any type of revisions to write. You can write it with basic wisdom. Okay. After this, the next 4th and 5th point is something that you should have revised. I am able to tell this because in the hindsight, I have gone through, researched and I have written. But in the exam-like conditions, you may feel a little difficult to write such points, but it is okay. Many students will not write it. You should also not worry about it. It is okay. Alright. But up to this point, you should have written the answer the way or exactly how I have explained. And that is what is the maturity in answer writing. Okay. So now coming to the 4th point, it has improved the domestic air passengers. It has improved the domestic air passengers from 111 million in 2017 to 141 million in 2021. Look at this. That is one statistics that shows that achievements of UDAN scheme. The next is the operational routes. The next is operational routes. Around 450 UDAN routes have become operational. Since the launch, that is 2016. See, 450 regional routes. So overall, these are the 2 points where you should have revised some specifics, but it is okay. Alright, but overall, this is how I would like to structure my answer. So what will be the conclusion? What will be the conclusion? The conclusion would be that if we have to unlock the economic potential of India, if we have to unlock the economic potential of India, then one of the most critical factor for this is air connectivity. One of the most critical factor is air connectivity. And we have already seen the rising usage of air as a means of travel by the common man, which is the positive sign for the economic and social development of India. So this is how I would like to conclude my answer. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you also understood the wisdom of answer writing with this particular question. Alright, so this completes the 12th question. Let us move on to the next question then. Okay guys, now let us look at question 13. Let us read it out first. What are the major challenges faced by the Indian irrigation system in recent times? State the measures taken by the government for efficient irrigation management system. Okay, so this is the 13th question. So let us first put the schema. A very direct question, a very easy question. So agriculture, food processing and public distribution system, these are the parts that will usually be very easy. So this agriculture, food processing PDS along with disaster management is something that you should be able to get really good marks. These are 2 sections that comes very directly and it is very easy. And the syllabus is very short, so you can prepare them very well and write a lot of answers in those sections. So again, I'm telling you, the agri, food processing and PDS, this along with the disaster management, these are the 2 sections that you should get really good marks. Along with this, internal security is also not that difficult, because internal security is somewhere where you can predict the questions and the syllabus is exhaustible. So you have border management, you have cyber security, you have different types of extremism that happens within India. So in that way, you can prepare very well in these 3 sections: internal security, disaster management and agri, food processing and PDS, and you can get actually very good marks because the questions usually will be direct and easy. So I hope you have an eye on this. Now coming to this question again, straightforward. You don't even have to think twice. You can write the question and answer. Answer very easily. Or let us just finish off for the sake of giving it a proper structure and finishing the the discussion entirely and comprehensively. I don't want to skip any questions. So if you take the schema now consists of first the major challenges. The first is the major challenges. The second is the measures taken to improve water efficiency in the irrigation system. Okay, so these are the two aspects of the demand. So you can just address it by writing 5 points here and 5 points here. So overall you will get 5 to 6. You can get actually 7 points plus, 7 points there and 7 points there. So that should be overall more than enough. Okay, and you will be able to get a very good structure for this answer. So overall, let us get on with it. How will I introduce? I'll introduce by talking about some type of statistics. For example, you can talk about in India, according to the Ministry of Jal Shakti, only 52% of the net sown area in India is irrigated. And the dominant mode of irrigation type in India is flood based irrigation. This is the dominant mode of irrigation type in India. Okay, this is my introduction. After the introduction, let us move into the first half of the question. That is, what are the major challenges? The first challenge is over dependence on groundwater. Over dependence on groundwater means that 25% of global extraction of groundwater is from India. Look at this. 25% of global extraction of groundwater comes from India. So India is highly dependent on its groundwater. Okay. The second one is the irrigation efficiency. The irrigation efficiency of India, especially given by the agri census, stands at somewhere around 35 to 40%. Look at this. This is very low irrigation efficiency. That means 60% of the water used in irrigation is going into wastage. Okay. The third one, we are using a highly traditional model of irrigation. This traditional model of irrigation is flood type of irrigation. This type of irrigation is wasteful. It is less efficient. Okay, compared to the modern technologies. So that is the third aspect. The fourth is inequitable distribution. So what is inequitable distribution? If you compare the West India, the states of Punjab, the state of Rajasthan, the state of Gujarat, they are better irrigated compared to the East India. If you take the East India, in East India, if you take the states of Jharkhand, if you take the state of Odisha, if you take the state of Chhattisgarh, these states are rain-fed and the irrigation coverage is very low. So that is another major challenge of irrigation, Indian irrigation, especially in the eastern parts of India. The fifth aspect is the problem of soil salinization caused by water logging. Because in India we follow flood type of irrigation, the consequence of flood type of irrigation has resulted in soil salinization and water logging, especially in Punjab and Haryana. Okay, so these are the 5 important points. Obviously, then you can start off, you can continue writing lack of modern technologies. Then you can say water intensive cropping structure and other aspects of it, and you can keep going. Because the question is direct, you can generate n number of points. So these are the 5 important points that I felt that are the major challenges that India faces. Okay. The next is state the measures taken by the government. So let us move into the second part. The measures taken by the government includes, the most important measure that you have to tell elaboratively is the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Okay, now this program is having 3 dimensions. The first is the watershed development, integrated watershed development. The second is per drop more crop. The next is improving irrigation coverage through accelerated irrigation benefit program. Okay, so overall, by using per drop more crop, you are using micro irrigational techniques such as sprinkler and drip irrigation, and with this you are going to improve the irrigational efficiency. And the next is by having accelerated irrigation benefit program. This is mainly for medium and micro irrigational projects. So by this you are going to improve the irrigational coverage. Okay, and watershed development will allow integrated water management, both groundwater as well as surface water. So this Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana is a very, very important scheme for efficient irrigation management system. Okay, so this scheme we have to talk in detail. The next is the other parts of the programs. Other programs are, one, you should also know that micro irrigation fund has been set up by NABARD in order to improve the coverage of irrigational techniques like drip and sprinkler irrigation. The third is Atal Bhujal Yojana. Okay, now this is mainly in 7 water stressed states. They have taken up this. This is mainly in order to make the sustainable use of groundwater. Okay, and this can happen mainly through community participation. So these are the 3 important schemes, okay, that mainly focuses on efficient irrigation management. Overall, in the conclusion, what you can say is, if we have to improve the water management in India, we have to improve our irrigation, plus we have to improve the objectives as stated by Jal Shakti Abhiyan. In Jal Shakti Abhiyan, we have told that we have to improve our rainwater harvesting, we have to improve our groundwater recharge, we have to improve our water conservation methodologies, we have to rejuvenate lakes. So the objectives of Jal Shakti Abhiyan must also be included along with improving our irrigational efficiency to overall improve the water management in India. So this is how we would like to conclude. Again, a very straightforward question. So I hope you have written a very good answer. Or if you are aspiring to write next year, make sure that you are done properly the notes of agriculture, food processing and public distribution system. These are the sections where you should get very, very good marks. So this completes the 13th question. Let us now look at the 14th question. Elucidate the importance of buffer stocks for stabilizing agricultural prices in India. The second is, what are the challenges associated with the storage of buffer stocks? Okay, again, easy question. It is very direct, and as I told you, it is coming from the section of Agri, Food Processing and PDS. Okay, so this is where you have to have very good data. All right, now let us see the schema. The schema is pretty simple. The first is you have to talk about the importance of buffer stock. Okay, the second, you have to talk about the challenges of buffer stock. Okay, so this is all the schema is. Very direct question it is. So let us jump off into how to structure and write a very good answer. Okay, so coming to the introduction aspect. In the introduction, I will start either by defining what is a buffer stock, or if I have a stat or a fact, you can write that fact itself. Now I'll try to give you both the aspects of it. Now, if I don't know or if I don't have any type of numbers, what do? Then I do the definition, the more conventional method, that is definition. Definition, as Anudeep Durishetty has told, is a very effective way of starting the answer. So don't have any type of skepticism or fear in defining anything unless it is very obvious. Okay, so if I have to define buffer stock, it is the surplus food production that is stored by a government backed institution to be supplied during emergencies, such as droughts, floods or famines. Look at this. So this is me defining what is the buffer stock. So basically it is surplus food production that is stored by a government backed institution like Food Corporation of India. Okay, and this is supplied during emergencies, during droughts, floods or famines, or also during food shortages. That food shortages can be during failures of monsoons or other extreme circumstances. Okay, or you can say rising global demand. If there is rising global demand, then also buffer stock becomes very important. Okay, so this is one way of trying to define. Another way is statistics. Okay, bringing a stat or a fact. How do I define that? In India, the Food Corporation of India is the institution that is in charge of holding the buffer stock, and it holds up to almost 80 million tons of food grains. 80 million tons of food grains in the form of buffer stock. This is another way of defining it. So it is up to you, whichever you have in your inventory or in your quiver, make sure that you use it appropriately. So this is about the introduction. Let us move to the first part. The first part is the importance of buffer stock in making sure that stabilizes the agricultural prices in India. Okay, that is the first half. The next is the challenges. Okay, so let us get right to it. So the first is importance. Okay, the first, as I told you, is price stabilization. For example, whenever there is shortages in the economy, for example, the wheat shortage in 2023 because of the Russia-Ukraine war. There was wheat shortage in 2023 in India, and this shot up the price of wheat, and during that our buffer stock helped us to stabilize the price of wheat. So that is an excellent example of how buffer stock helps. This is the first point. The next is food security. Our National Food Security Act, okay, it allows subsidized food grains for almost 67% of Indian population, and this is possible mainly because of buffer stock. Okay, that is the second one. The third is the farmer income. India follows open procurement system where the government will procure. There is no limit for procurement. The government will procure as much as the farmer sells. Now this has helped to rejuvenate our buffer stock, as well as in that endeavor to rejuvenate our buffer stock, it has also helped the farmers get minimum support prices for their produce. Minimum support prices for their produce. That is another very, very important aspect. The next is, the fourth one is, the fourth importance of buffer stock is the dealing with extreme circumstances or exigencies or emergencies. For example, our buffer stock was the one that helped during COVID pandemic. In our COVID pandemic, our food supply was maintained because of our buffer stocks that we had able to maintain before the pandemic. So that extreme circumstances, as well as if you take in India, the famines are almost reduced or eliminated. The famines in India is almost reduced or eliminated. The reason why famines are reduced or eliminated is because of our vibrant buffer stock. So that is another point that shows the importance of buffer stock in stabilizing agricultural prices in India. Okay, so these were some points on the importance. Now let us look at the challenges. The first challenge is overstocking. Our Food Corporation of India stocks 2.5 times more than what is required. Okay, the reason why this happens is because it follows an open procurement system. When I say open procurement system, it means that there is no ceiling limit. It has to procure how much ever the farmer is ready to sell. That is the first problem. The second problem is wastage, spoilage during storage. This happens because we follow something called cover and plinth method of storage. This cover and plinth method of storage is nothing but you put a plastic cover over the gunny bags and just store it in the storerooms or warehouses, which is a very unsafe and inefficient way of storage. So when you do that, it can come in contact with moisture, it can come in contact with other type of pollutants, and that can result in wastage or spoilage of food grains. Okay, that is another aspect of our buffer stocks. The third challenge that we have is the crops or the food grains. We have more of rice and wheat that are stored compared to our millets. So millets are stored at a very low capacity and rice and wheat are stored at a very high capacity. That is another challenge. Okay. The fourth one is geographical distribution. Okay. Our buffer stock basically is stored in regions that are mainly in the west of India, whereas the east of India has very less coverage of buffer stocks. So this, what happens because of this is, here there is more logistic cost, and there is transportation delays. So this is another aspect. So these were the important challenges. A very direct question. So how will I like to conclude is, again I'll try to bring programs of India, for example PM Sampada, okay, that helps in food processing. So this PM Sampada will help whatever excess buffer stock we have, we can process them to improve the longevity. And we have PM Asha scheme. This PM Asha scheme allows what we call as privatization of warehousing, where private players can participate in storage of food grains. That again is a positive move in order to improve our efficiency of storage of buffer stocks. Okay, the challenge of our buffer stock is not storing themselves, the challenge is the infrastructure. So we should develop infrastructure in PPP mode so that whatever food grains that we are storing is less spoiled and it is used more in order to improve the longevity, to improve the usage of these food grains that are stored for efficient purposes for the development of the economy. So this is what I would like to conclude this answer. Again a direct one, and I hope you have written a very good answer. Or if you are aspiring to, make sure that in agriculture you should always write apt and direct questions, direct answers. So this completes the 14th question. Let us move on to the 15th question. Let us now start off with the 15th question. Let me first read it out. The world is facing an acute shortage of clean and safe fresh water. What are the alternative technologies which can solve this crisis? Briefly discuss any three such technologies, citing their key merits and demerits. Again, the question is long. The demands of the question are more. Whenever the demands are more, the question becomes automatically easy, because all you have to do is address 3 points in every demand and you will be done with the complete answer. Okay, as I keep telling you that. Let us look into it more closely. Now before that, as you know, in environment, in GS3 environment, water resources as well as pollution, especially air pollution, water pollution, these are some of the important thematics within environment where the question keeps recurring. So in the mains, when you're preparing for mains 2025, make sure that you have a proper content made on water resources as well as pollution. Okay, different aspects of pollution. Okay, so this is the something that I wanted to tell. So now coming to the schema, let us first put the schema. Because the demands are more, let us first structure it. First, the world is facing acute shortage. So obviously you have to address a little bit on that, not more, but a little bit on that. The second is alternative technologies. Okay, the third is the three technologies, and you have to explain their merits, you have to explain their demerits. So here only if you take 3 into 3, that will give you almost 9 points. Okay, so 50% of your answer is done here itself. Okay, 50 to 60% of your answer is there within the third part or the third demand. But that does not give you the scope to neglect the first 2 halves. So make sure that you address it wisely. So that is an important aspect. Okay. So in the introduction, I'll give 2 points, one about the world as well as about India. In both the context I will talk. So about the world, I'll tell the world as well as India are facing acute water shortage due to one, growing population, two, rapid urbanization, third is pollution, and the fourth is climate change. So this is the first introduction aspect I gave. The second, I'll come to Indian context and give one more point. I'll say India constitutes 18% of the world's population, but it has only 4% of the world's water resources. So India becomes naturally or by default a water stress region. So this is my introduction. So after the introduction, I'll talk a little bit about why the world is facing acute shortage. That is, I'll elaborate a little bit on this. Okay. That is, if you take the first aspect, why is the world facing acute shortage? The growing population. Okay. So this growing population is especially happening in tropical countries. And these tropical countries, the population is growing at the decadal growth rate of almost 15 to 20%. And that is putting tremendous demand on the scarce water resources. So this is the first aspect. The second is rapid urbanization. If you take the world, more than 50% of the world's population now lives in urban areas. When more than 50% lives in urban areas, that means there is very high demand for water resources, whereas there is very low storage. There is very low storage of water resources. Okay, this is the second reason. The third reason is pollution. Okay, it is mainly water pollution. This water pollution can be because of eutrophication, or it can also be the pollution of aquifers. Okay, it can be both. This is the surface water, this is the groundwater. So both the aspects, pollution is increasing, that again cuts off the water shortage. The fourth one is climate change. Climate change is resulting in a rise in the sea level, and due to rise in the sea level, the salt water intrusions along the coastal area, the salt water intrusion along coastal areas is increasing. This salt water intrusion will affect the groundwater in coastal cities. Groundwater in coastal cities. So these are the main reasons why the world is facing acute shortages. Now I'll come to the second half, where I'll just mention what are the alternative technologies. Here I will not elaborate. I'm not going to elaborate. I'm just going to mention the alternative technologies, because in the next half they are asking you to discuss any three technologies. So there it should not be redundant. It should not be redundant means in the second half just mention the technologies. So what are the technologies? One is rain water rooftop harvesting. Okay. The second is aquifer mapping and recharge. Aquifer mapping and recharge. The third is grey water recycling. The fourth is desalination plants. Okay, like this you can keep going on, but these are the four. I'll just explain in one line what these technologies are. So this is the second part of the question. So I have explained what are the alternate technologies. The last part, briefly discuss any three such technologies. So let us briefly discuss the three technologies. That is, first I would like to talk about desalination plants. So first here I would like to tell desalination plants merit is it helps most importantly coastal cities and islands. Here the supply of ocean water is inexhaustible and hence it is sustainable. However, what is the demerit of this? The demerit of this is it is highly energy intensive. So for the desalinization to happen, we use something called reverse osmosis, and for the reverse osmosis process, the requirement of energy is very high. Since it's power intensive, the sustainability quotient reduces. So that is the first drawback of having the desalinization plant as an alternative technology. The second one is, let us say, grey water recycling. Grey water recycling. Here the merits are, it helps in reusing the water. The domestically used water. Grey water means what? The domestically used water. So reusing the domestically used water. It helps in something called circular economy. Okay. It improves water use efficiency. But what is the drawback? The drawback of this is the public perception. The public perception on grey water. How many of the people will love to use the water that they have wasted in domestic purposes for reusing it again in their households? So that public perception itself is an important drawback. Okay. The third aspect is our rooftop rainwater harvesting. Rooftop rainwater harvesting. Now this is a very easy and a very direct method. Okay, and it can be scalable. When I say it can be scalable, it can be used in cities, it can be used in rural areas, it can be used in institutions, it can be used at any scale from local to national level, and hence it is a very, very good and the most appropriate technology. It is the most appropriate technology. However, what are the demerits? The demerits are, it is dependent on the rainfall, and the rainfall can be irregular. That is the first one. The second is low rate of adoptability. The adaptability or adoptability is of the people is very low. Why? Because of the initial high cost. So this deters the user from using this on a regular basis or by installing this in every households. So these are the three alternative technologies, discussing their merits as well as demerits. So how would I like to conclude? I'd like to conclude by telling that we can solve the problem of water shortage by focusing on three dimensions. The three dimensions are: 1, government policies; private sector participation; and social attitude towards water. Okay, so in this way all stakeholders play an important role, and their responsibilities and relinquishing their responsibilities efficiently will help in dealing or solving with the problem of water shortage, not only in India but also in the world. This is how I would like to conclude. Again, straightforward and easy question. You should be able to ace such questions. So I hope all those people who are preparing for Mains 2025 will be practicing the thematics in environment of especially pollution and water resources. So this completes the 15th question. Let us move on to the next question. Alright guys, now let us start off with question number 16, the science and technology part of GS3. And this is the question: what are asteroids? How real is the threat of them causing extinction of life? What strategies have been developed to prevent such a catastrophe? Okay, now this basically you are going to study in your prelims more than your mains. So this is where your prelims knowledge plays a very important role. Know one thing for sure: in environment and science and technology, especially these sections, your prelims knowledge will play a very important role along with whatever mains preparation that you have done. So whatever you're prepared for your prelims, don't completely neglect them when you're doing for your mains. Just once revise those concepts before you go to this GS3 paper. That is a very, very important note. So have this in your mind, especially for the sections of environment and science and technology. Just like how I told you, in the GS2 paper, Indian polity, your prelims knowledge plays an important role. In GS3, your science and technology and environment section, your prelims knowledge plays a very important role, and this is a very important instruction that you should keep in your mind while preparing for your mains exam in 2025. Let us now first clear out the schema. The schema is very simple. The schema is asking about three things. First is what are asteroids? This is the first aspect. The second is how real is the threat. Now answering this question requires you to analyze. Okay, this shows how matured you are able to analyze any issue that is given to you. Okay, that maturity is shown here in this part of the question. It is not about the content, it is about the maturity. Okay, the last is what strategies have been deployed in order to overcome this catastrophe. So overall, these are the three demands of this question. So the demands are a little specific. So I know that it will be a little difficult to write the strategies unless you have studied this for prelims, but it is okay. But the first two aspects of the answer is easier and you should be able to write a good answer on that part at least. Okay. So overall, let us jump into this question and try to structure how to write an answer for this question. Okay. Starting off, let me introduce. So in the introduction, I'll talk about the asteroids itself. Okay, so I'll talk about asteroids are small rocky objects that are orbiting the solar system, and these small rocky objects are present between the planets of Mars and Jupiter, and it is said that the asteroid belt is created due to the destruction of many planets or fragmentation of many planets, and that has given rise to what today is called as asteroids. So this is the first aspect. So I'm talking about asteroids. Then I will tell that asteroids vary in size, and asteroids orbit around the sun, and there are some asteroids that come very close to Earth, and these asteroids that come very close to Earth are known as near Earth objects. They are known as near Earth objects. Again, it is purely your basic knowledge. Now, the next is the broken chunks from the asteroid belts or from the asteroids. They move towards the Earth, and these broken chunks that are there in the space, are known as meteorites. Meteorites with a D. Okay. Now, when these meteorites enter the Earth's atmosphere, they are known as meteors. And when these meteors land on the Earth's lithosphere, then they are known as meteorites. So meteorites, meteors, and meteorites. Okay, so this is the first introductory part of my introduction to what are asteroids. That is the first half. You can also say these meteorites that land in the Earth's atmosphere, they act as excellent research samples in order to understand the evolution of the universe. So that is how you can write this introductory part very elaboratively, even without knowing any specific aspects of the data. Okay, so we are done with the first aspect. Now comes the real threat. Okay, so the second half, how will we address the second half? How real is the threat of them causing extinction of life? As I told you, this shows your maturity in your answer writing. It doesn't show, or if you're thinking that there is a book that I had to read to write this answer, then you're wrong. There is no book that will try to answer this particular question. It depends on your maturity. How mature you can think and write. So overall, what you can say? How is the threat real? So first, you have to talk about the historical experiences. Okay, way back around 60 million years ago, there was an asteroid impact. And that asteroid impact resulted in the extinction of dinosaurs. Okay, now this is something that everyone knows. So you can write this. Now, if you know something a little bit extra, you can add that extra point. What are the extra point? This happened during Cretaceous period. The asteroid impact was somewhere in current days Mexico. in the present days Mexico, and the asteroid that collided with the Earth is given the name Chicxulub. This is the asteroid that actually impacted the Earth. Okay, so this can be told as historically speaking 60 million years back this impact happened. Okay, overall you can write one more data point that 75% of the Earth's species was extinct due to this impact. Okay, so this is the first one. Second, what you can say is, what will be the consequences of asteroid impact? The consequences of asteroid impact will always be large scale tsunamis, earthquakes, okay, and storm surges within the ocean. So these are the large scale consequences. However, what is important is the impact of the asteroid depends upon the size and also depends upon the intensity. That is the speed with which it comes and hits. Now, the size may vary from few hundred meters to several kilometers. For example, this Chicxulub asteroid is almost 10 kilometer in its diameter. It is 10 kilometer in its diameter. Okay. Now see, very few hundred meters, several kilometers. Whenever an asteroid is very few hundred meters, then the impact is low and it will not create any type of destruction. Okay, there is no destruction. However, when the impact is several kilometers, when the diameter of the asteroid is several kilometers, then the impact is very high. So overall, we have analyzed how the impact can be on Earth. Now let us talk about the probability. Okay, here let us now talk about probability. If you take the probability, analyze that in the entire evolution of Earth as a planet, we have one historical evidence. That there was an asteroid impact. Okay, so that shows that impact can happen. So the impact can happen. It has happened in the past, so it can happen in the future. So the impact is real. That is the first aspect that you have to tell. However, since the impact has happened only once, we can say that the chances or probability of an impact is very low. That is, it can happen, that is for sure, but the chance of happening or the probability of its occurrence is very low. That is, it can happen maybe once every 100 million years. That can be a rough estimate. So this can be your answer in answering how real is the threat of them causing extinction of life. Again, look at this. Here, there is no type of jargons. There is no type of any type of technicalities. You are simply analyzing with the basic knowledge how real is the threat of asteroid impact on Earth. Okay, so that maturity is what is required when you are answering such questions. You should not get panicked thinking that I have not studied anything in the book that examines or that tells me like this, that you will never get it. This purely depends on your wisdom of your answer writing and how mature you are in your analytical abilities. So I hope you understood that. The next comes, what strategies have been developed to prevent this catastrophe? Now this third part is a very specific question. This requires you to know some data, otherwise you will not be able to write, but don't worry about it. It depends on your prelims knowledge. You can just make up 2-3 aspects and then write it. Otherwise also it is fine. This will not break or make your mains exam, so don't worry too much about it. Okay. However, for the discussion's sake, let us discuss a few missions that have been undertaken to make sure that such catastrophe in the future is avoided. And one such mission that is very, very important is NASA's. It is NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office. NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office. Now this has been set up in order to track any type of near Earth objects. So if there are any very near Earth objects that are passing very close to Earth, then the Planetary Defense Coordination Office will track that, will also analyze the trends We'll also see the future estimate. How close will this near Earth object come? We'll also do a probability analysis and then try to give the risk analysis of this particular near Earth object. So that is the job of Planetary Defense Coordination Office. So they basically coordinate with all the other space agencies in order to defend our Earth as a planet from any near Earth objects that can impact Earth. So that is the first aspect. The second one, a very famous one, is DART. Okay, this is again NASA's mission. Okay, it's a NASA's mission that is known as Double Asteroid Redirect Test. Okay, this basically is sending a satellite in order to go and collide with the asteroid to redirect the asteroid's trajectory. This actually has already been done in 2021 and it was tested in 2021 and it proved successful. Okay, so that is the DART mission of NASA. Now there is a follow-up mission. The third one, there is a follow-up mission by European Space Agency, and the follow-up mission is known as ERA mission. And this ERA mission is trying to study whatever the redirection that happened by DART mission of NASA. It is going to try to study that. The ERA mission is going to try to study the change in the trajectory, and it will also attempt to redirect another near Earth object by sending a satellite from Earth. So these are the three important strategies that are actually being developed in order to stop any type of such catastrophes that can happen in the future. Again, this becomes a little specific, but it is okay. It's good to learn now. Alright. However, how will I conclude it? I'll conclude by telling that though the probability of such catastrophe to happen is very low, the investment in such technologies will always help in future interplanetary traveling as well as space exploration, and which will help humanity to sustain beyond different eons and beyond different timelines. So this is what I would like to conclude. I would like to conclude that investing in such technologies may not only protect us from such objects within Earth, but it will also help humanity to spread themselves across the different planets in our universe. So that is how I would like to conclude in a very positive way. Technology will always be useful to protect us or to make us move in a progressive path. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. This completes the 16th question. Let us move on to the next question. Let us now start off with question number 17. So first let me read out the question. What is disaster resilience? How is it determined? Describe the various elements of resilience framework. Also mention the global targets of Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction. Okay, again the question appears to be big. However, there are 4 demands in the question. Okay, so 4 demands and 4 points per demand will give you 16 points. So as I told you, whenever the demands are high, the writing answer becomes easier. Okay, and overall disaster management is something again very direct and very easy questions come, though it may look a little dynamic, but if you are prepared on a set of disasters and a set of basic concepts on disasters, overall you can write a very effective answers in disaster management. 2 questions usually come in disaster management, one a 10 marker and one a 15 marker, but this is the first year where they have asked 2 questions and both the questions are coming from 2 15 markers. So 30 marks has come for the first time from disaster management, which is good. Again, there is very high scope to score very good marks. See, there are 3 very important sections where you can score enormously good marks. One is agriculture, food processing and PDS. The second is internal security, and the third is disaster management. After that comes your Indian economy, which is a little dynamic and it requires a little bit of practice. And the last comes your environment and science and technology. This is dicey because sometimes it becomes very easy, sometimes it becomes very difficult. So when it is very easy, everyone will write. When it's very difficult, it depends on your wisdom, your maturity and your prelims knowledge to mix everything and write a good answer. So overall, this is overall how the GS3 works, but this is how you should orient yourself also. But now coming to this question, let us first put the schema. Okay, the schema is first you will talk about what is disaster resilience. Very nicely you can talk. The second, what determines disaster resilience. Again, you can give 4 very good points. The third is what are the elements of resilience Here there is no fixed answer. Different websites will give you different types of elements. How can you shape that different aspects of elements in that short span of time depends on your practice and your depth in understanding disaster management. But if you think that there is any fixed answer, there is no fixed answer, so don't worry about it. However you have made the answer is good, and this is something that you have to learn in mains. They'll ask you something specific, but there will not be anything specific, but you have to make up the specificity there with your wisdom and maturity. So I hope you understand that. The next, the fourth one is obviously you have to tell the global targets of Sendai Framework. The global targets of Sendai Framework. So these are the four aspects of the demand. As I told you, whenever the demand is high, the question becomes easier to answer. So let's get on straight to it. So the first is introduction. So I will introduce by defining what is disaster resilience. So what is disaster resilience? It is nothing but individuals, systems, institutions, region or societies, when these stakeholders develop the ability of coping, resisting, accommodating, recovering and building better. Okay, when they develop this during or after extreme events, this is what is known as disaster resilience. See, this is how we can make the disaster resilience an all-encompassing definition. Okay, so this is how I will define what is disaster resilience. Okay, then obviously I will put a diagram of disaster management cycle. So the diagram is like this. So you have disaster reduction, you have disaster mitigation, you have disaster preparedness. Okay, and then you have the recovery, response and rehabilitation. Okay, so this overall is the disaster management cycle. So in this diagram, where lies the disaster resilience? See, it lies in this loop. So this loop decides the disaster resilience. That is, how prepared are we and how can we recover faster? This too will decide what is our disaster resilience. So this is what is the first half, what is disaster resilience. Now let us get back to how is it determined. Okay, so how is it determined? Now look, this diagram, whatever diagram that I put, the disaster management cycle, this diagram itself will allow me to write the entire answer. See how I will write the entire answer by looking at this diagram. So the next is how is it determined? Correct. So let us go to the next part. How is it determined? The first, it is determined by analyzing the vulnerability. So the first comes vulnerability assessment. Only if you know which area is more exposed, which area is more vulnerable, only then we can be more prepared, only then we can recover much better. That is why first comes the vulnerability analysis. The second comes preparedness capabilities. The next is preparedness capabilities. That is the second one. The third is adaptive capacity. The fourth is feedback loop. Now see, all the four are keywords that I just created by looking at this diagram of these two words called disaster preparedness and recovery. Okay, now see, vulnerability assessment and preparedness capability means any part of a region that is more vulnerable should be prepared well, hence vulnerability analysis. Next, preparedness capabilities means you are bringing more awareness to the people, you are creating more mock drills, you are creating efficient early warning systems, you are creating evacuation procedures. All this is preparedness capabilities. So all these two, A and B, are pointing towards the disaster preparedness in the diagram. I hope you understand this. That is disaster preparedness. The C and D, whatever I am talking about, the C and D is more towards recovery. That is, adaptive capacity means what? If a region is more adaptable to any type of stress, that means the recovery is faster. For example, in Japan, it has such high adaptive capacity of buildings to earthquakes that even a high seismic event will not be able to damage more and their recovery is much faster. Okay, so that shows adaptive capacity. And feedback loop. Feedback loop means whatever the damage has been done or whatever the extreme event that you have experienced, what can be learned from that and how we can put that to build back better is what is feedback loop. So see, just by looking at those two keywords in the disaster management cycle, I was able to create 4 different points of how disaster resilience is determined. So I hope this is the second half. The third half, as they are telling you, is the various elements of resilience framework. Okay, now the various elements, basically there involves 4 elements in the resilience framework. Okay, so what are the 4 elements? The first element is the context. The second element is the disturbance. The third element is the capacity to deal with the disturbance. And the fourth is reaction to the disturbance. See, these are the 4 elements of disaster resilience. So when I say context, context means resilience of what? Okay. When I say disturbance, resilience to what? So what does it mean? See, resilience of what means who are the people who have to develop the resilience? Is it the people there? Is it the social group? Is it any institution? Is it any state? Is it any region? Is it an entire nation? So, who should develop the resilience? That is what is the context. That is the first and the basic element. The second comes resilience to what? To what means, is it earthquakes? Is it floods? Is it climate-induced disasters? Is it landslides? So what is the resilience to? That is, what is the disturbance there? That is the second element. The third is capacity to deal with the disaster. When I say capacity to deal with the disaster, that involves trying to check the exposure, trying to check the sensitivity, trying to check the preparedness. These are all the capacities that we have developed to deal with the disturbance. Okay, so this is again the pre-disaster event. Okay, reaction to disaster is post-disaster event. This is post-disaster. How will we react? We can react in 4 different ways. We can build back better. This is the highest and the best thing to do. The next best is build back. The next is you recover, but you don't build back. The last is you are going to just collapse. See, these are the 4 ways how you can react to extreme events, and the best amongst them is always build back better. So I hope you understood what are the 4 elements of resilience framework. Alright, so with that we'll move on to the last part. The last part is the direct aspect that they're asking, what are or mention the global targets of Sendai Framework. Let us look at the global targets. Alright, now you can see in the screen that I've already written the 7 important global targets of Sendai Framework. Now I'll just read it out. I just wanted to save time because the answer is very specific. You should either know it or don't know it. There is no way of using your wisdom or maturity to write it. You either know, you write, or you don't know, you don't write. There is no other way out of it. So I've just written it down. So I'll just read it out and you can make a note of it in your notes, because this you can use in your future disaster management questions also. Okay. So the global targets of Sendai Framework is first, reduce global disaster mortality by 2030 substantially. Reduce the global disaster mortality substantially by 2030. The second is reduce the number of people affected by disasters globally by 2030. The third is reduce disaster-induced economic losses. Reduce disaster-induced economic losses. The fourth is reduce damage to critical infrastructures. The fifth is increase the countries with disaster risk reduction strategies. Okay, increase countries with disaster risk reduction strategies. The sixth will be international cooperation in disaster risk reduction. And the last is increase availability and access to early warning system. So these are the 7 important global targets of Sendai Framework that runs from 2015 to 2030. So whatever global targets that you are seeing here, more or less they have to be achieved by 2030, and that is the goal of the Sendai Framework. So these are the global targets. So overall, we have successfully addressed the 4 demands of this question. What is disaster resilience? How is it determined? What are the elements of disaster resilience framework? And what are the global targets of Sendai Framework? So this is how we can end the answer. Okay. So here in the concluding remark, you can say that disaster resilience is becoming highly critical because of the increasing climate-induced disasters, or you can also say climate change-induced disasters that are occurring all over the world. So, if we have to reduce the effects of climate change, if we have to reduce the economic losses, the social inequalities induced due to climate change, then having an effective disaster resilience framework is the necessity of the day, and this is how I would like to conclude this answer. So this completes the 17th question. So I hope you are happy, and I hope you understood how to create an answer in disaster management. Let us go to the next question and see further how to develop answers in a specific question of disaster that they ask in paper 3. Let us start off with the 18th question. Again, a specific disaster on urban floods they have asked. Usually 2 aspects of disaster management that you should know that they will ask. One, conceptual aspect of what disaster management is. Another, they ask on a specific disaster. So here the specific disaster that they are asking is urban floods. So first let us read out the question. Flooding in urban areas is an emerging climate-induced disaster. Discuss the causes of this disaster. Mention the features of 2 major floods in the last 2 decades in India. Describe the policies and frameworks in India that aim in tackling these floods. Again, the demand are more. The question is hence easy to answer. First, let us look at the schema. So the schema first talks about urban floods and how it is mainly induced by climate. So that's the first aspect you will talk. The second aspect that you will talk is what are the causes of urban floods. Okay. The third aspect you will talk is 2 major floods in the last 2 decades, and the fourth aspect that you will talk is the policies and frameworks, in India. Okay, so again look at this, there are 4 demands. So 4 demands into even 3 points each will get you 12 points. So you are more or less done with the answer along with your introduction and conclusion. Look how easy it becomes. Okay, so when the demand is higher, the answer is easier to structure. So make sure that you don't be panicking or you don't try to be anxious when you're seeing so much of demands in the question. You should actually relish it. You should write a very good answer for such questions. Okay, so let us jump right to it. So first, introduction. How will I introduce? I'll introduce by defining what are urban floods. Okay, so basically urban floods are water that inundates the urban landscape, due to the excessive draining of water from storm water drains. Due to excessive draining of water from stormwater drains. So this is what is definition of the urban floods. The second is urban floods usually has 3 to 8 times greater intensity with respect to flood peaks and flood intensity compared to conventional floods. So the flood peaks and flood intensity in urban area is much higher compared to the normal floods that occur in rural areas or in agricultural landscape. So that is another aspect. So this is how I would like to define what are urban floods. Okay, so after defining urban floods, let us first tell how urban floods, see these 2 aspects you can talk together. Okay, so first I will talk about the urban floods emerging as climate-induced disaster. Or urban floods emerging as the climate-induced disaster. Here I can talk about one monsoon-induced urban floods. Example is Bangalore floods of 2023. Bengaluru floods of 2023, that is monsoon induced urban floods. The second is cyclone induced urban floods. Cyclone induced urban floods, example is Chennai 2015. So both are nothing but climate induced urban floods. Here don't give too much emphasis on this, because you have to talk more on this monsoons, how monsoon surplus or sometimes monsoon induced cloudbursts can create flood-like conditions, and how cyclone induced cloudbursts, see, both is happening because of the effects of climate change. So this is what you have to focus here. Okay, now after speaking about the first part, then second part, so we have spoken about this is done. The second part is talk about the other causes. You have to talk about the other causes. So in the other causes, you talk about unsustainable urbanization. Unsustainable urbanization, that is, there is very high congestion. So congestion means there is occupation of flood prone areas, occupation of encroachments. So there will be very high levels of encroachments of both the lakes, the lake bed, as well as the flood prone regions. So that is first reason why there are floods in urban areas. The second is there is poor drainage system. There is poor drainage system. The third aspect is there is no functional storm water drains. There is no functional storm water drains. The fourth reason is high impact of concretization. So because there is concretization, there is no percolation of water. There is no percolation of water. The fifth is no lakes or rivers. There is no lakes or rivers, so they do not absorb the excess of water in the catchment area. So these are the causes of disasters like urban floods. So we have addressed the first half, the second half. Let us move to two major floods. We'll talk about the two major floods. The two major floods that you can talk about is, one, talk about the Mumbai floods. Very infamous one is 2005. This resulted in huge stampede. There was complete stagnancy. It resulted in a lot of deaths and casualties, and this was mainly induced due to monsoons. Okay, here the main reason is unsustainable urbanization, and there is overpopulation. There is overpopulation that resulted in this urban flood. Okay, the second flood that you can talk about is Chennai floods. So Chennai floods happened in 15. So here the main reason for the flood, one, obviously the cyclones were the reason, but the main reason for exacerbating the effect is encroachments. Okay, encroachments of lake beds and flood prone regions of Chennai. Okay, so this is what you will speak about, because they are asking you, see, talk or mention the features of the two major impacts. You have to focus more on the reasons. Okay, that is the feature. Here it was induced by cyclones, here it was induced by monsoons. However, you have to talk about the features. Okay, in both the aspect, what is the commonality? The commonality was there was a cloudburst event, and this cloudburst was intensified by the effect of unsustainable urbanization. So that is the commonality of these two floods. Overall, the next or the last aspect is the policies and framework. The last aspect is policies and framework. So policies and framework, first you can talk about the NDMA, the guidelines on urban floods. This came up in 2010. So this basically talks about increasing capacity building amongst the urban dwellers. Okay, so that's the first one. The second is Amrut scheme. So in Amrut scheme, there is a section which talks about improving the storm water drains, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So that is the second one. The third is smart cities. In smart cities, there is technology based solution to urban disasters. to urban disasters. So that's the third one. The fourth is the national water policy. Okay, which talks about more of rainwater harvesting, and it talks about conservation and how through harvesting and conservation we can actually improvise on the flood like conditions to store more water and rejuvenate our water bodies. So these are the four important policies and framework that you can write in this particular question. Again, a very direct question. These are things that you have learnt in your prelims as well as mains, so there is nothing much to think, but you just have to just go ahead and keep writing it. Okay, so concluding remark, you have to tell that we need national flood policy, and this national flood policy is the need of the day because there is increasing levels of floods across India, and there is increasing levels of urban floods in several cities across India, and hence the need of the day is the national flood policy, which brings uniformity in the standards of operation of mitigating the effects of urban floods. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. So this completes the 18th question. Let us now look at question number 19. Now, question number 19 is of internal security, and internal security again is a very direct and easy questions because it is a very exhaustible list of topics that you can prepare upon. Okay, so first let us read out the question. India has a long and troubled border with China and Pakistan fraught with contentious issues. Examine the conflicting issues and security challenges along the border. Also give out the development being undertaken in these areas under Border Area Development Program and Border Infrastructure Management Scheme. Okay, now the third part appears to be specific, but it is very easy. Okay, how do I tell that it is very easy? Is because read the names of the program, and from the names itself you can deduce the objectives of the program. For example, see, one is border area, another is border infrastructure. So, Border Area Development Program mainly talks about improving the socio-economic status of the people that are staying or residing within the border area. This involves constructing roads, bridges, schools, education, healthcare. So this is what is border area management or development program. The next is border infrastructure, means improving the infrastructure of border security facilities like fencing, like use of technologies, or like use of cameras, like use of border posts, integrated check posts. So this is border infrastructure management system. So don't be anxious that you don't know about the scheme. Just look at the names and you can deduce the points automatically. So that is something that you should learn for your mains preparation from now on. From the names itself, you can deduce a lot of points that you can write in the answer. So stop getting anxious when you see something very specific that is asked. So that's the first aspect. Now coming back to the schema. First, let us create a schema. Okay, the schema here again demands a lot of things, that again is good for us because greater the demands, less easier for us, or it is much easier for us to write a good answer. Okay, so the first is India and China border. They could have just asked India and China, but they're asking India and China as well as India and Pakistan. So both the borders you can address. Again, that gives you ample amount of points to write. Okay, so first is there is a long and troubled border. There is troubled border of India and Pakistan as well as India and China with respect to borders. The second aspect is examining the conflicting issues. Examining the conflicting issues and security challenges. That is the second demand. The third demand of this question is, then they tell you to talk about Border Area Development Program and Border Infrastructure Development Program. So here, see, first you can talk about China, Pakistan and what are the troubling issues. There also we can talk specific to China what are troubling and specific to Pakistan what are troubling. So overall, this will be the schema of the answer. Okay, so let us start off. Again, straightforward question where you can start writing very good points because you should have prepared on those particular aspect. As you know, within your internal security, border management is something that is very, very important, and it is here that you should have practiced well. Everyone were predicting that the border management, especially from Myanmar, may come this time, but they have changed it and they have given Pakistan and China, but that does not give you the scope to tell that I had not prepared on this. Border management is very important from perspective of all the countries neighboring India, so you should have prepared very well on that. Alright, so let us start off with the answer, how to structure this answer. So, I'll introduce by talking about first India and Pakistan border. Okay, so here I will talk about the Indian states sharing border with Pakistan, that is Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh of India sharing border with Pakistan. The next is India and China. Here we can divide the border into western sector, middle sector and the eastern sector. Okay, the western sector is China with Ladakh. The middle sector is China with Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. The eastern sector is China with Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, so this is what is the India-Pakistan and India-China border. You can also draw the diagram. You can draw the diagram and also show the bordering of Pakistan as well as, see, the contentious issues. You can talk about, see, this area is contentious between, this is the LOC, this is one. So one is LOC, the line of control. So Pakistan occupied Kashmir. So see, one is where there is Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and then you have this side. So this side is 2. So 2 means LAC, that is where China has intruded into extinction of India. Okay, China has intruded into extinction of India. So overall, this is where the contentious issues. Also here along the border of Arunachal Pradesh. Okay, this is 2A and 2B. Let us say that is 2B. Okay, so here also let me use black color. So this side is 2A. So 2A is LAC and the extinction of India where the China is intruded, that is 1. The next is 2B, that is claiming. Here the Arunachal Pradesh border, this is where the China claims that Arunachal Pradesh belongs to it. So these are the two aspects of both Pakistan as well as China's contentious issues with India. So this is where I am addressing the first part of the question. Okay, so this is the first part. Let us talk about the second part. The second part is examine the conflicting issues and security challenges along the border. So here also, when you take the conflicting issues, and security challenges, okay, you can talk from the aspect of China and India. Here the main conflicting issue is state actor, that is the Chinese military. The state actor is Chinese military. So what are the contentious issues? The first contentious issue is frequent standoff. For example, the recent Ladakh standoff in 2020. So that is the first one. The second is there is continuous military built up. Okay, so this increases the anxiety on both the sides. The third is there is infrastructure that is being built along the border. Now this actually they are in a place that is contentious, so building the infrastructure is again not allowed, but however they are going beyond the contentious issue and building the infrastructure. So this is regarding the conflicting issues and the security challenges along the India and China border. The next is coming to India and Pakistan. You take India and Pakistan, the contention is between the state actor, that is the Pakistan army. The next is the non-state actors, that is the state-sponsored terrorism. State-sponsored terrorism. So that is the second aspect. Now, what are the challenges? The first is cross-border terrorism. The second challenge is proxy war. The third challenge is smuggling, drug trafficking, and money laundering. and money laundering, and the fourth is organized crime. Okay, so these are, the fifth is radicalization of the youth of Kashmir. See, these are some of the contentious issues in the India-Pakistan border. Okay, so we have spoken about the contentious issue. We have also spoken about the conflicting issues and security challenges along the border. The next is coming to border area development program. As I told you, the objective of this is to improve the socio-economic status or needs of the people along the border. This involves construction of roads, hospitals, schools, okay, community resources. So that is the main aspect of border area development program. The next is border infrastructure management. Okay, this is mainly to enhance our infrastructure along the border. That means border fencing. The next is smart fencing, surveillance. Then you have the helipads and airstrips. Okay, and you have border defense infrastructure, other border defense infrastructure like checkposts, integrated checkposts. Okay, so these are some aspects of border infrastructure management. Okay, so this is how we would like to structure our answer. How will I conclude my answer? I'll conclude my answer telling that India should work on 3 fronts. What are the 3 fronts? One, it should work on increasing its security measures. The second front is it should work on improving its border area for the people who are residing there. And the third front is it should work on diplomatic engagements. So in this way, by focusing on the 3 different fronts, India can help develop some type of stability along its border. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. So this completes the 19th question. Let us now look at the last question of GS3, that is question number 20. Let us now start off with question number 20. It reads, social media and encrypting messaging services pose a serious security challenge. What measures have been adopted at various levels to address the security implications of social media? Also suggest other remedies to address the problem. Okay, so first the schema. The schema is threefold. The first is how social media and encrypting messaging services, these are becoming a threat to the security. The second aspect is what are the measures already adopted at different levels, and the third is what are some suggestions or remedies for this problem. Okay, so now as I told you, whenever they're asking remedies, you can always take the stakeholder approach. Always make sure that from different stakeholders, from government what needs to be done, from social media intermediaries what needs to be done, from the users or individuals what needs to be done. Okay, so from this line, if you just think, you will get the remedies very easily. Okay, however, let us start off with the introduction. In the introduction, I'll start by talking about the social media. The social media platforms like Instagram or Facebook, or if you take Twitter, these social media have started messaging services, and this messaging services is based on point-to-point encryption. This point-to-point encryption is done in order to protect the privacy of the individual. So this is what I would like to start off. Okay, how social media and encryption messaging services are done with a good intention. It was done with a good intention. However, now the second aspect is how is it becoming a threat? That is what I have to talk about. So in the second aspect, I'll tell, however, the point-to-point encryption is being misused. How is it being misused? In order to spread misinformation. In order to communicate. It is acting as a communication channel between the non-state actors such as terrorists, insurgents or Naxals. Okay. The third is they are also using this for radicalization of the youth. Radicalization of the youth. And the fourth is they are using it in order to mobilize resources. Mobilize resources. And the fifth is they are trying to use this to plan attacks and to use this as the main mode for coordination of action. Look at this. So these are some of the negative consequences of encrypted messaging services that are emerging within the social media. So this is the second aspect I would like to address. Okay. The next is what measures have been adopted. So coming to the measures, if I have to talk about the measures, the broad framework, the legal framework in India that protects us from any type of cyber security risk is our IT Act 2000. Okay, so this is the broad all-encompassing framework that protects our cyber security within India. So that is the first aspect. The second is the recent rules that were released, that is the IT rules, which spoke about intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics code 2021. Now this IT rules speaks about one, it talks about intermediaries to remove unlawful content, in order to track the origin of that unlawful content and also to address the grievances of user complaints. So these were some of the rules that were recently made, that is known as IT rules, intermediary guidelines and digital media ethics 2021. So this is the second aspect. The third aspect of the measure is the CERT-in. So CERT-in is basically in charge of any type of threat that comes in cyber space. So that is the third aspect. Now at the state levels, you have the social media monitoring cells, and also you have fact check units that will try to stop or arrest the spread of misinformation. So this is the overall the measures that are taken. So we got to know how this encrypting messaging services are emerging as a threat, then measures taken. The next is the remedies. So when they ask about the remedies, first we can talk about data localization. When data is localized, that gives easier access to law enforcement agencies. That is the first. The next is improve digital forensics. By improving digital forensics, you can make sure that you can track where the unlawful content is coming from. So these two from the government side. The next is our intermediary. The intermediary must be responsive, must have a proper check and balances of the data that is being spread and must be able to address any type of grievances. Okay, the next is the third stakeholder is the user. The user must be made aware of how to understand the misinformation and how to make sure that their account as well as messaging is secured. So basically user have to be made aware of the different types of vulnerabilities that they will fall into, especially in the space of encrypting messaging services. So this are the remedies that I could think of. Overall, how you would like to conclude is, you would like to conclude by talking about multi-stakeholder approach. The multi-stakeholder approach means that everyone have to play their role effectively. The government creates effective policies. The private sector makes sure that they follow the policies very well, and the users should make sure that they are compliant to whatever rules that are made by the government and stay within the conformance of whatever technology is allowing the users to do. And they should complain any type of irregularities that are there within the messaging services or social media. So in this way, by the multi-stakeholder approach, we can make sure that any type of vulnerability or threat can be plugged in, and we can also make sure that our vulnerability in the cyberspace can be reduced. So this completes our answering of the 20th question. So I hope you enjoyed this. I also hope how you learned to elaborate on points just with your basic knowledge. Alright, so this completes the 20th question. Now let us look at the ending remarks of all the 20 questions that we have learned in GS3. So for all students preparing for Mains 2025, these are the learnings or takeaways that is important. Okay, first coming to agriculture, food processing and PDS, very easy, very direct. Make sure that you have made enough notes on this. If you can just write answers to the previous year questions of the last 10 years, you more or less will get all the content that you require to write enough answers for the next future coming mains exam also. So this is something that you have to master. The second one is disaster management plus internal security. Again, this will have a mix of static as well as dynamic. Okay, static, make sure that you prepare the question and answer format on static aspect. All right, the dynamic is something that you can practice in a test series. Okay, so this is something that obviously will come from a mainstream news. So if you have practiced enough of test series, you can more or less answer the disaster management and internal security questions. The third aspect comes from your environment and science and technology. Here the concepts either are very easy or the concept either are very difficult. Okay, so overall, how to tackle this? You can tackle this by reading some magazines that are exclusively left for mains. But what is more important is you have to use your prelims knowledge. Your prelims knowledge here plays a very, very important role. So don't forget, whatever you're studying for prelims in environment and science and technology, you have to revise them even for the mains exam because it plays a very vital role. The fourth one is Indian economy. In Indian economy, the basics have to be very strong. So whatever foundation that you are putting or whatever foundation notes that you have, make sure that you revise them many number of times. The dynamic aspect comes from your economic survey. Your economic survey and your budget of that particular year plays a very, very important role. So if you have revised this economic survey and budget, a summary will do. But if you have revised them, that will give you enough data points. That will give you enough data points to write a very, very good answer. Okay, so overall GS3 will be on the moderate to easy side. The reason is because it has many sections. When it has many sections, UPSC cannot make so many sections difficult. If it makes science and technology difficult, it will make other sections easier. If it makes economy difficult, it makes other sections easier. So because there are many sections in paper 3, it actually works in your favor so that paper 3 is always more or less on the scoring side. Okay, it doesn't deviate like GS2. GS2 either goes very high or very low. GS1 either goes very high or very low. However, GS3 is not like that. GS3 is very stable and there will always be moderate to good marks that people will score in GS3. So GS3 is something that you should always target and you should make sure that you get as much marks as possible. So target section wise, and if you can target section wise and attack it, you will definitely get good marks in GS3. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you have loved all the analysis. If you have seriously seen all the analysis of essay, GS1, GS2, GS3, GS4, I can promise you that no one can stop you from getting through this list. No one can stop you from getting success in this exam, in especially the mains and interview. So I hope you enjoyed this, guys. Again, I'm pleading with you, please share this with your friends so that they also make use of it. These are some things that are not shared for free. They are usually taken for a lot of programs and money, but I'm trying to do this as endeavor to help all my sincere candidates. So if I have to get incentivized, please make sure that you share this with as many people as possible. And if you have enjoyed this, please make sure that you leave a comment in the comment section, and that will definitely incentivize me to do more of such quality analysis on a regular basis. Thank you again for all the love and support. I deeply appreciate your commitment and your diligence in looking at all these videos for so many number of hours, and that itself will pay you in a greater dividend in the future. Until then guys, I'll see you again. Until then, please stay safe and take care of yourself and prepare well. Bye.